7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, a program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and you can watch us on YouTube. Open up the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over with friends who have gathered this morning in celebration of a Blues victory over the Winnipeg Jets. And, Doug, that makes me feel a little bit better about 1.6 seconds.
Here we go, fellas. Here we go. This is the start of something big. I'm afraid we may have a goaltender controversy now. Who do you play in the big games if they ever have a big game? They got to win a few more games before any games are big as opposed to just the next game. But Hofer looked good again last night. Third shutout of the season. And, fellas, we're just 4 points out of that wild card spot.
There it is.
Just 4. But just feels good. It feels good to be alive after a 1-0 win.
Doug, if I'm not mistaken, now you lost $15,000 the night before on the Jalen Brunson three-pointer play that Jackson gave us.
Right.
But yesterday, you said you liked the under on the Blues and the Jets. You got home sweat-free. Blues did have a lot of scoring opportunities, but only got one goal. How much did you put on the Blues and Jets under?
16,000. Because I wanted to win back the money and then some.
Al the Vig. Juice, know the ledge. That was with Tupac and Omar Epps.
I don't know who Omar Epps is. But it was a nice win.
The one that looks like Mike Tomlin? Is that the guy?
You know what? I have to tell you, that's pretty good. I've never heard that before.
You've never heard that? I don't think I invented that.
that.
I've heard that. Let me see. Omar.
Be a good surprise guest. See if Kerry Davis can get us Tomlin, and then you can get Omar Epps, and we'll just have a conversation.
Coach, if you don't mind right now, on the line with us is Omar Epps. Have you two met?
He would love that. Mike Tomlin would love that. All right, Doug, so we got that taken care of.
Okay, all right.
Then we have an angry Steeler. We have the young Steelers fan who called in, and then his dad texted, said, we know his dad, said, boy, he's up in his room. We didn't know he's listening to this. But then there's the other who says, we never talk about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. How come we won't go after him? Remember that? Angry Steeler guy.
Angry Steeler guy, call in, even though I think you're on the verge of going to the playoffs. 314-974-0101. Who's going to win the AFC? 314-974-0101. No Chiefs. No Joe Burr. Who's going to win the AFC? It's the Bills' time. It's the Bills' time. As long as people are fine with them not playing defense. 314-399-9646 is how you can text him.
Denver looks pretty good to me.
Well, then it'll be an AFC championship rematch from what year was that? The Broncos and Bills. Did Elway and Jim Kelly do battle in a AFC champ? I know Frank Reich led them back against Warren Moon. Was that 93? Is that 93?
I don't know the years, Tim. I just don't.
Why not?
But Denver's won 11 in a row. 12-2.
You take the Broncos, I take the Bills. You want to bet that $16K? You just want,
Okay.
That was a big showdown this week. I ran into Brian Lamping yesterday. We were talking Jacksonville Jaguars. His dad, of course, is the president of the Jags.
I'm a Lamping family lemming. A Lamping lemming.
Lamping Lemming.
And now they got a guy from Vianney running it, right? Gladstone?
That's right. The GM is a younger gentleman, but the Broncos and Jaguars meet this weekend in Denver. Brian's headed to that game, and then they have who do they have? They have a big game after that, Tim.
Nice.
But it starts with the Broncos.
Chargers? I would guess it has to be the Chargers because it wouldn't be against the Raiders or Chiefs.
We were talking about how this is still St. Louis's team.
Which one is?
The Jags.
Oh.
Yeah.
This town is the Jags town. A lot of people are mad, though, because the Jags-Denver game this Sunday is on Fox in the afternoon, but it's going to a very small percentage.
Why is it not?
The country.
Why is it not on CBS as an AFC game? I know sometimes they mess around, kind of like a college girl when she does some blow.
No.
Yeah, I don't understand. It used to be very clear-cut what was a Fox game, what was a CBS game, but for whatever reason, Jags-Denver afternoon game on Sundays on Fox, and I don't think it's locally here, so we'll take that shrapnel.
We'll probably have to take the Chiefs.
You going to be taking calls?
I don't know what we have scheduled here. It's probably like an early Bears game. No, Bears-Packers is Saturday night.
That's right. They decided to own the college football playoff. The NFL said, we'll show you who's boss real quick. Enjoy your Tulane, Ole Miss, James Madison, Oregon, and can't wait for the ratings to come out on Monday. Have fun.
You think that was Jer?
I have to say, I do enjoy it. And then the fact that the college football playoff boxed itself into a corner with these stupid-ass games. it'll also help expedite the changes to the college football playoff. The numbers will be startling. One of Jackson's links, I think, wasn't it? That they anticipate that they will either double, because I think they did double them last year, or triple the ratings of the college football playoff. So that'll be a headline if you're interested. You can put that in prediction area along with some guy who's doing a fly-by-night bowl broadcast and saying, "You can't tell me these kids don't care about playing in bowl games." Doug, that went along with the eye test parlay.
Keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
Okay,
Doug, do you have homeboys, Doug? Did you call her back and call her out for the insinuation that you had homeboys?
I did not call her back, believe it or not. I did. I'm not sure she even left me her number.
We should call her.
Well, the NFL is going to crush anybody they go against.
They always do.
Not just college football, but anyone else that gets in the way.
It's just getting bigger and bigger. And even Eagles commanders locally, nobody really cares about that game. No offense to Rich Gould.
Yeah.
But it's 4 o'clock on a Saturday, holiday weekend, kind of, everybody will have it on. Whether you're passionately watching, you'll have it on. And then Bears, you might have a little more passion for that game.
I mean, number one, it's two of the great brands, but it also actually matters.
Yep.
Which is a pleasant surprise for Bears fans, of which Jackson Burkett is one now. He adopted the team before the season. He's not bandwagoning.
Closet Bears fan.
Is that true?
Yeah, he announced it on the show.
Yeah.
After his back-to-back weekends in Chicago, he decided he was adopting him.
You see, the Bears are now looking to land in northern Indiana.
I saw that.
They're expanding their search for a new stadium.
But a lot of Bears fans are like, great, we have one of the biggest games we've had in decades. Packers-Bears, Soldier Field on a Saturday night, and they decide this is the time to throw it out there. We might move to Gary, Indiana.
They can move here. We got a stadium just waiting for them. Come home, Bears, to your rightful home.
What, like the
St. Louis Bears? St. Louis Bears. I like
You're going
it.
to change the logo to an actual
We'd have to get rid of
bear.
the C, probably. Yeah.
So that'll be fun to have an NFL team back.
It would be nice.
But in the meantime, we have a lot going on.
We do?
I will give, I'm handing out money. It's the holidays. I'm handing out money.
Okay.
Quick $100 to your Venmo. Now, if you saw Sports Center, you have to recuse yourself. We're on the honor system, which Patrick Reed does not acknowledge. What was the lead on Sports Center this morning?
What was the lead on Sports Center this morning?
It's $100 to your Venmo.
Let's see. What would cause them? How about?
I'm going to give you 3 guesses, too.
How about Diego Pavia stirring things up?
Did he do something again?
Nothing else. I'm just thinking what might be.
Oh.
So that was wrong.
It was a weird guess.
How about Savannah Louie winning Survivor?
Who the hell's Savannah Louie?
The former Channel 5
did
anchor.
she win Survivor?
She won it last night. She was an anchor at Channel 5 a few years ago. And last night she won Survivor.
Okay.
Her name
That
is
was not the lead either. What?
Savannah's also a city, but it's a name.
It matters.
Oh,
It
Frank.
matters.
Okay, so I'm 0 for 2.
Okay, Tim, can I just ask, is it NFL related?
No.
Okay.
St. Louis City's new soccer coach.
No, it should have been. Trust me, I was on Twitter complaining that it wasn't. The lead on Sports Center, Doug, I will keep my $100, was Delaware against Louisiana. Louisiana team that Missouri beat, you may remember, in September. That was your lead on Sports Center. Yeah. Tough night on it. But I'm like, because I wake up, I will go over the Blues highlights, listen to Kerber and Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast, go to Sports Center, make sure something didn't happen overnight that would be of note. And I'm like, did I start like it, 4:50 a.m. or am I at the 4 o'clock? No, this was the lead. Delaware, Doug, is that the Blue Hens?
I believe
Joe
it is,
Flacco?
yeah. And they kind of wear Michigan helmets, or they used to anyway.
Vianney helmets, but yes, against Louisiana. And hey, they go to bowls around here, even though I think Ahmad Hardy may have run for 700 yards against Louisiana. So congratulations to them on getting to a bowl. It's a huge accomplishment. And that was your lead on Sports Center. I don't know why Jackson's Association wasn't.
That would have been my guess.
Only 2 games.
And you gave a play yesterday on the Houston Rockets.
They didn't play last night.
Doug,
They played tonight.
Well, then it was a bad time to give it a play.
They played tonight. My bad.
So did you give a play on the Rockets?
No, I was just
it was
talking
the same
profit
game
boost.
parlay, and he named 2 guys.
I did say Alperen and Şengün will get a double-double. The court game hasn't happened yet, so.
Oh, you're just a day ahead of your time.
Sure.
Okay.
I was with my nephews last night. I'm at my sister's house, and they kept checking their phone. And I said, "What do we got?" And they said, "Oh, this Delaware game." And they had all this information about their offense. I said, "What do you know?" They said, "I did a little research today." I'm starting to think, Tim, this gambling could get a little sideways with these youngsters. They were very concerned, not about the family sitting around enjoying the holidays. They kept checking that important Delaware score.
I need to do a course on bankroll management. I need to do a course on bankroll. Just because you have, let's say, $100, which God bless the young tykes if they have $100 in the account, that doesn't mean you bet the $100. Perhaps, okay, we'll put $100 in for 6 months, and we'll just mess with that. Then, Doug, maybe make a $5 bet. You're still going to get the same sweat, as crazy as it is. Yeah. But if you're going, I got 100, I really like the game, now I'll bet 100. Ooh, no. Bankroll management. And I'll be doing a conversation on that up at the Windsor Inn on Hampton today, starting at 3 o'clock.
Is that right? Okay.
What about the Holiday Inn at the airport? That's usually where a great conference is held.
Yeah.
This weekend only at the Holiday Inn at the airport.
Jordan Belfort will be speaking after me. Text in as well, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got to get Doug 6,400 subscribers on the TMA YouTube channel. We got another 10 yesterday. 6,370 is where we are. Jackson and I were live for QFTA yesterday. What was the title of yesterday's episode?
Children of Privilege.
Children of Privilege.
And you guys did about a 20-minute show, wrapped it up, posted it.
Paper said, as long as we can be done by 12:30, and I took the man to 2 o'clock.
Oh, God. What could you possibly have talked about?
Oh, God. I honestly felt so badly. And the reason, it wasn't like he was like, I'm going to go out and, work on my wedges. He's got to do 81 best of segments. And that's not an exaggeration.
No, that's the exact number I have to do.
81 best of segments. He is in a dark place right now.
So how do you do that? You go back and have to listen to the entire show from several years ago?
Interviews are great because there's no
a lot of Gabe.
No, there's no Gabe.
Here's looking back the night the Mizzou was opening with Central Arkansas. Take a listen to what the fellas had to say about that matchup. And play something really dated.
No, interviews are good. Like evergreen, or like surprise guests are awesome for that because there's no live reads in there. Like there's not going to be so you have to cut that out. And they're mostly evergreen. Sometimes not. But.
He's still running Sinbad all the time.
So that's the other half of the equation is. Then also 105.7 HD2 needs to be programmed for the entire time we'll be off.
No.
So but, it's true. It's not like it's like I'm hard work. My knuckles aren't bleeding, but it is. It takes a while.
Yeah, I bet.
You gave a shout out to Adderall at the end of the podcast.
Yeah, big shout out.
At what point, when Tim gets to hour 2 of QFTA, at what point do you just start answering every question he has with, yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see what happens.
It was fine. I said originally 1 o'clock. If we get out by 1, that's fine. So, it's not that bad. It wasn't that bad. I still got out of here earlier than I got out Monday and Tuesday.
What time is that?
4-ish.
Wow, I was here past that.
Yeah, 3:34-ish. Yeah.
Could have gone longer, Tim.
Yeah, I guess we should. Let's do a part 2 today.
All right, let's get after it.
The name of the program, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. It's in your TMA STL podcast feed, and yesterday's episode titled "Children of Privilege." Let's see what we got. Josh Schertz on the program, 9 o'clock. Friend of the program, occasional co-host. The Billikens, Doug, saw Bethune-Cookman, a team that Missouri faced just a few days earlier, and they were able to escape with a win.
Squeaked by, did they?
Skull pounding.
Oh gosh!
So do we extrapolate what they did to Bethune versus what Mizzou did to Bethune, and then you
Jackson,
do the math?
Do you like the transitive property in college basketball?
Never works. Doesn't really work ever in athletics.
In any sport, really.
No.
They were able to squeak by Martin, and they just go over 100 points on the regular, unless they're having a rough night like the first half against San Francisco.
112-53.
And no Kellen Thames. He was ill. Kellen Thames, you know what he does? Balls at the mall.
By the way, the Dish, Brian Kunderman, great sports information director, the Billikens, said, can we use the producer Joe treatment and you just call coach? And I think, is that now a treatment where the star is so big, you call me, I won't remember to call you folks. So he said, please use the producer Joe treatment.
I always prefer that.
Call coach.
How about this from the Pirates beat writer? I like this when the audience provides interesting facts to the host because the hosts don't have any.
No, we've got nothing.
This is the Pirates beat writer texting in. Guys, Reggie Theus, did you know the coach of Bethune-Cookman? Fun fact for no one tell. And the ladies loved his style, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to ask Coach Schertz about that.
If the ladies love Coach
you are the best team we have played all year. That's what Reggie Theus said to Josh Schertz in the handshake line. And Schertz told Bob Ramsey and Earl Austin that last night in the postgame.
Bethune-Cookman's played some teams.
And that's what I was about to say. Papers, you have them in front of you.
Well, they played Auburn at the beginning of the year, and they took Auburn to overtime, first game of the season.
That was a moment for Bruce Pearl's son.
But they've played Dayton, obviously played Missouri. They played the U. They've played some teams, so that's high praise.
Well, Billiken shot 63% from the field.
When you put up
can't beat anybody
112,
with
that's in 40 minutes of basketball. That's pretty unbelievable.
They were 59% from 3-point range.
Yeah, that is. You'll beat
nobody
almost
shoots
any
like
team
that.
in the
It's
country.
not, but this is an old school Missouri reference. If you remember the days of, if you really go back, John Woods, Paul O'Linney, Clarence Gilbert never saw a shot he didn't like. And so they just fire up these contested threes. It was entertaining because oftentimes they would hit them. What they're able to do is they're able to work the ball so they get these ridiculous open looks. It's so fun to watch, and I recognize who they were playing. Don't get me wrong. But they got something going.
It's not often that you more than double the other team's output.
Yeah, shooting 59% from three, you will beat any team in the country.
Yeah, you will. I mean, 17 3-pointers.
I wonder if Lenardi will update his bracketology just because of that.
Oof, Bethune-Cookman's got to go.
Doug, did you update your bracketology?
I don't
after
do
the Billikens win?
bracketology because it's just guessing.
Cookman's got to go to Arizona next. They might get tripled up the next two games.
God bless Reggie Theus for doing that. You know, he's 68 years old, coaching down at Bethune-Cookman. Guy with a really good NBA career.
Just taking some beatings.
Well, I don't mean that.
They almost had the win of the year, though, at Auburn to start the season.
That would have been a tough putt for Stephen Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, they shot like a damn near half-court shot, Bethune-Cookman did at the end of the game, and they got fouled on it. And so they shot 3 free throws to tie it up to go to OT.
Oh, the guy was able to hit all
The
three?
Auburn fans were going bananas. They were like, oh, my God, we're going to lose. No Bruce Pearl in first game. We're going to lose.
God almighty.
Bethune-Cookman lost to Miami 101-61. Indiana got him 100-56. And the Billikens beat him last night with that drubbing. Now they got to play the #1 team in the country.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. Tough.
Gosh.
Shout out to him. Shout out to Reggie.
I wonder how much money they would make for taking games like this.
I think they've had a very healthy November and December.
Well, Harrison's brother, Master Martin, is not happy with the discussion.
Get it ready, Papers. Get it ready.
I don't know what this means, but it says this is how many people were at the SLU game last night. And it looks like he was one of them. He has a picture.
Wow.
But it was taken at 10:59.
Well, I'm sure the game was long over at that point.
It was.
Mm-hmm. It's probably the janitors cleaning up at that point.
Harrison's brother, Master, was there, but he is not happy with the discussion of it.
Nobody cares. Hey, we'll talk
Jackson, got
Cardinals.
anything you
Nobody
wanna say?
cares. Talk blue. Nobody cares.
You want Flacco? You want some? You want Flacco? You want some? You want
It says the
Flacco? You
attendance was
want some?
4,097.
Cousin John sent me a picture last night. It was a little lean, the attendance. Now, I know the kids are out, but it is a thing. We got to get this going. New calendar, January. Let's start filling it up, Doug. We get to the conference. Let's go.
They'll take on those Fighting Hawks on New Year's Eve. I'm hoping to be there with the family. Yes, and with the Hawk who
It's a
is
3
not
o'clock
allowed.
game on here. That's a good time.
Absolutely.
Because then you and the kids can get some booze right
That's
after.
exactly. Have a little scotch. Celebrate. Look back on the year. The way things used to be.
Oh.
That's what we'll do. Me and the boys. Couple mix getting
Sing
together
old
drinking.
Lang Syne.
Let's see. It was on Twitter. I wouldn't be caught dead at a Billikens game. That's from Harrison's brother,
That's
Master.
a bad take. I had to block him for that.
You're gonna block him?
I'm going to suspend
That's
him for
what-
that.
that's what got
Yeah,
it?
because that was such a horrible take. Harrison's brother, Master, has been suspended, and he was just coming off a 5-day suspension. Now he's been suspended a fresh 2 days' time, and I'm also going to put a letter in his file.
Oh, he's going to get...
Yeah. Letter in
happens.
his file.
I thought it'd be funny to have Harrison Bader call in one time as a surprise, and the whole shtick was going to be him being mad at us for having this fake brother.
He would enjoy that.
I actually think he might.
He is a great smartass. Harrison Bader.
But I thought it was going to take a lot of work to explain it.
He'd play along. He'd nod. Harrison's brother Master being the slew janitor would be on brand. That's from Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, who believes he does work on the maintenance crew at Chaffetz. So we will launch an investigation into that.
Well, if the game started at 7, I'm sure it was over by 9:15-ish, and the building probably completely empty by 9:45.
And we don't want to take
And
any,
he's talking about 10-something?
any pot shots at custodial staffs out there.
No, I'm just
They're
saying
doing
that's who would have been in the
work.
building at that time.
Jackson's virtue signal came in at 7:20.
Shout out to all the custodians out
But
there.
there are the occasional reporters who tweet out an hour before a game. Nobody's here. And yeah, it's an hour before the game.
Jackson, is that engagement farming?
The tweeting out an hour, it was a huge, it was early engagement farming when the Rams' final season. It would be like beat reporter from, whatever town the other team was from. And it was like, man, this fan, not many fans here at the game. I can see why they're thinking about leaving. It was like the kickoff's it's 11:15. The kickoff's not for 45
Did you
minutes.
know? Martin, I bet you did. I'm going to bet you did. Well, it was 10 years ago last night that the Rams played their final game in St. Louis, the old ketchup and mustard
The
game.
Thursday nighter. Was it
with the
Tampa Bay?
Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Yep. Ketchup and mustard. Jameis is famous.
Such a depressing game.
Victory for the Rams.
It was the earliest possible last home game for a team because it was a Thursday, and then the last two were out west. God,
Then
that
they
was
just
10
stayed
years
there.
ago.
Tim, if I may, I would like to give a shout out to Chris May. Plucked me out of my nosebleed season ticket spot and gave me a courtside seat for the game last night. Martin, that's your nemesis, Kwame Voyukas IV. Chris May must appreciate his texts, saw him, and brought him down courtside. How about that?
So now do I have to be sideways with Chris May since he was friendly to Kwame Wayukas?
probably should
The
be.
enemy of my enemy is my friend. The friend of my enemy is my enemy. Doug, think about that.
Get the grease sport out papers. Friend. Okay. Well, that's smart. They should do that.
Sharon Clayton is not happy. She wants more Blues talk. How about the Blues? They finally win. We officially have a goalie problem. Also, Logan Stanley is officially a huge goon, in case anyone forgot. Let's go Blues. That's Sharon and Clayton. Yeah, he really wanted to go with Jimmy Snuggerud during that playoff series. Still one of the stranger things I have seen. The hell is that about?
Yeah. Who did he punch last night? He hit somebody, and neighbors got in there and hit him back. So
Maybe this is what they needed, just to see that Winnipeg jersey, Doug. Remind them how close they were to greatness a year ago.
as good as Winnipeg was last year, they're not very good this year either.
What are you trying to say?
Didn't they win the President's Trophy?
I'm out of the
They did.
crowdsourcing business,
Yeah.
but I do know that is the case.
And now they're a sixth-place team. They're going nowhere. They've probably fallen farther than the Blues have.
You calling for Scott Arneal's head here
Yes.
this morning?
Yes, he needs to go.
7:23, timestamp it, see if we can get some engagement, do a social media clip.
And do a clip of Doug with a hologram behind him. I'm going to need video of Scott Arneal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So it'll just be Doug's head floating while he
Floating
gives
in
a
front
take
of.
on the...
It is interesting that a goalie typically gets the next start when he pitches a shutout, but the Blues play tonight. The Rangers are in town. And the plan, I heard Jim Montgomery on the fast lane yesterday, and he was explaining why it was Hofer last night. And he said he didn't play great on Monday. And he said typically then it's just not his turn. He said we kind of wanted to see how he could bounce back because he never gets that opportunity because he'll play good or bad, then he's out. Good or bad, he's out. He said we wanted to bring him back after a game where he wasn't very good, which was Monday. But then typically the shutout means you get the next start. However, tonight the plan is Binnington. But overall, yes, I think if Hofer starts playing better, which we're waiting for him to kind of take hold, I think you'll see him play perhaps more.
Jim
than-
Edmonds, tractor mechanic, notes that the Blues are 4-0 in the, quote, old home uniforms. Jackson, I know you monitor uniforms. That's why you can't get on board with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the Blues are 4-0 in their, quote, old home sweaters.
I have it down as 3, but there's
You want to
certainly,
fight with Jim Edmonds, tractor mechanic?
certainly a chance that my clerical work is wrong.
How about that? That means they only have 3 wins with the new blue uniform?
I have it as 4.
According to the 636, the Blues are 3-8-3 in the new jerseys. They're 4-0 in last year's jerseys.
Okay, I have it backwards. All right. Wow, that's damning.
At what point, if ever, do you say, okay, we're going to go back to the jerseys?
Do you think they bring them out again tonight? That would really send a message on the back.
No, I bet
Doug, they're playing the blue shirts tonight. Isn't that fun?
It is good times. But you can't you can't go for the superstitious stuff. You can't fall into that.
That'll be a great uniform matchup.
Tonight's a great uniform matchup?
Blues, new home uniforms, Rangers, white uniforms.
And you like it because you know the Blues are going to lose because they're wearing their new home uniforms?
Not necessarily, no. You got to break the streak somehow.
As bad as they've been, I would consider going with the hot uniform.
Yes. Hot goalie, hot uniform.
Awesome.
I mean, if you got to try and figure anything out that you can. Stick with what works.
I was looking at jerseys the other day, and I found one that was a 5XL. This thing would have been too large for an adult male silverback gorilla. It was a 5XL. It went from my shoulders below my knees. Who could possibly wear a 5XL?
Call in if you can wear a 5XL. Doug has a jersey for you.
Is this a Jamie Raiders giveaway?
Guys, the Blues are 4 points back. SLU basketball looks like a real NCAA tournament team, and the Cardinals can't get any worse. Are things in St. Louis looking up? That's from the Baldwin Bandit. Doug, look at this.
Well, the Billikens could give me a nice little pick-me-up, I think, if they have a big season. That would be exciting if they did. If they could somehow become a perennial top 20 team, tournament team, that'd be fantastic.
Well, you talk about the tournament.
Yeah, just get into the tournament.
Sunday at 2, Doug. Head on down. New Hampshire will be here.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
So they're talking rigatoni?
Think about the food.
In marinara. When that was about the tournament?
Sharon and Clade says the Blues should stick with the old uniforms. The new ones are cursed. They're cursed by someone.
Yeah, but they're good looking.
They are. Remember Tom Stillman at the beginning of the season wondered if they were tough enough looking?
Yeah, because of like the softer blue.
Yeah, kind of almost a pastel type blue. He wondered if they looked tough enough wearing those.
Yeah, fair.
Wonder if he's having second thoughts. They can't be. They've poured so much into this. They're not having second thoughts. What are we talking about?
Guys, a 5XL is also known as a Melville medium and very popular in the upper sections. It's a big Costco item. That's from Arbor Day.
You could have put this thing around a car.
It's called a Melville medium?
Boy, that stings.
You can text in as well, 314-3999-646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Talk it over with other TMA listeners. They're in there right now. Chris Aru is talking to Bourbon Bob, and I think we got a burner with Bobby Beau. Is that correct, Chairman? He is a burner?
All right,
it's been confirmed.
I'll clear it.
Blocking.
Yeah.
Is that Dat Zulu, who also does business, is Nikolai from St. Chuck?
I can't. You'd need some sort of like.
I thought you had a flow chart, like Zach Galifianakis.
Like in True Detective. Like I can find all of it. No.
All the burners. Yeah, it's open up the YouTube channel, type in TMA STL, subscribe to the channel, 6,370. We all get a $15,000 bonus if we get to 6,400 subscribers on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And of course, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Doug, I would argue that it's temperate out there today. I mean, for December
I'll take it.
18th.
It's supposed to get cold again, though, isn't it, tomorrow?
I know I say Christmas, you say prominent winter holiday, but a week from today is Christmas, and there's a possibility that we have the highest temperatures on Christmas Day in St. Louis since 1889.
Really?
Looking at a possibility of being in the 70s on Christmas. So if you want to go out and compress the ball on Christmas, that opportunity will be there. I'm sure your family would appreciate it if you said, I'm going to go out and play 18, maybe 36.
On Christmas,
I don't know.
yeah. You do Christmas without me.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling will take great care of you when you have furnace issues and when the temperatures are brutal in St. Louis. The longest running sponsor on TMA. And starting on January 5th, when the show reconvenes after the holidays, we begin the greatest promotion in TMA show history with the great Seth Goldcamp giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Emailer of the Month. How can you participate? Compete by sending your emails. It can be about anything. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And whoever wins gets a point, and the most points over the 19 shows in the month of January wins a $10,000 Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling system. And Martin, how about this from this Jackie Papers? This guy's producing, even though he's not classically trained. At 9:45, we will write down the winner. But then at 10:55, We will announce the winner. He's thinking time spent listening. The kids call it TSL. This guy's unbelievable.
I think it's the best of both worlds because then
Is that Van Halen? And that was the Hagar era, right?
I don't know.
They're
What year
holding
it
it
is.
up,
dance.
right?
Michael Anthony would do that little dance with him and Eddie Van Halen. Am I right on that? Best of both worlds? Am I right?
I don't know. You're crowdsourcing.
I guess you're right. But Sammy Hagar would be in the halls of this building oft times, right?
his guitar hangs up here.
Aye.
Yeah. Yes, I think that's the best way to do it. That way we have 5 people voting, so we won't have any splits, and time spent listening. You know, I went to teasing camp. It was a night school, teasing camp night school, and that was one of the things they taught us.
Teasing camp, night school.
You guys ever at the airport run into each other and you're like, Tim, where you heading? He's like, I'm going to get that leg extension in China. And you're like, oh, I'm off to the teasing camp in
teasing
Roanoke.
camp.
Yeah, it's actually the same flight.
It is.
They just drop you off.
Yeah, it's the same building.
So that's coming up in the month of January. Somebody's going to win a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. So good. What do you think he's talking about here?
He's screaming.
Maybe it was a grooming technique to get people on board with Van Hagar, because he's saying you got me, the Red Rocker, rock and roll weekend, and then you got Eddie over there. You still got Van Halen, so it's the best of both worlds.
So it's not a tribute to David Lee Roth, though.
No. Who would later fill in for Howard Stern for, what, a week? 2 weeks?
Yeah, that didn't work.
Maybe the worst show I ever heard.
Is that right?
I thought it was a bit. I really did. He was doing jokes. I'm like, this is David Lee Roth?
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Saint Lunatic 92 says Van Hagar was the best. Grow up.
Grow up. Like what he likes, or you're a child.
You could talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And the Blues coming off a 1-0 win last night. Justin Falk with the goal. And here is Jim Montgomery on what he liked in the Blues victory.
Hit the lever pail.
It was nice to see the way we started the game, the way we did compete. It did turn into the playoff-type game that wasn't as physical as the playoffs, but it was physical for this regular season, that's for sure. No, I think it gave us confidence that, playing to the goal line and being connected offensively, that if our defensemen were active, especially our weak side defensemen, that we could have some offensive success. And I liked the way we managed the puck tonight. There wasn't a lot of turnovers. We made sure that we went through the neutral zone with speed, and we didn't have a play. We, again, went to the goal line.
Okay.
Tim, the Best of Both Worlds is a greatest hits album that featured both David Lee Roth and Sammy.
No,
We're just going to go right past Montgomery, I guess.
Well, I just thought I'd clear this up while we had a chance. Don't want it to get away from us.
No.
Right. For a show that's just dialed in. Hey, guys, Doug is amazing. He predicted the Blues would win 1-0. I know you called the under. I know that. That's from the 314.
Undershipped.
I don't know if I said 1-0.
Sweat-free. Sweat-free.
Just didn't feel like two teams that are scoring a lot of goals were going to put up more than 5.5.
You give sweat-free winners. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I'll try to do it daily for the people so they can.
Is there a
bet the
play you
farm.
like tonight? I mean, Blues and blue shirts?
I haven't really looked at much yet.
Let me guess the over-under's 5.5, Tim.
That is a tight read.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty consistent, minus a handful of teams.
6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say go under again.
You're going under again?
The Blues just don't score any goals. They don't score very many goals.
What makes you say that?
Some of their top players are not in the lineup. So you got a bunch of guys that aren't used to playing with each other. Several guys just up from the minors. It's not really a recipe to score a bunch of goals. I don't think they'll score very many.
What about the other side? What if Binnington continues to struggle, Doug? Then the other side pushes the over.
That's why they call it gambling.
Okay.
Rangers aren't a very good team either.
Football. The speed stretch, split the D. Oh, what are you going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this, look at that.
Was that a real call?
He's got to be calling network games somewhere at this point.
And that what sport was it?
It's hockey. This guy at his kid's game.
Okay, well, that's
and he was videoing it and doing the announcing at the same time.
I didn't know that background on that call.
Yeah, I think that's what
I thought that guy really called like a minor league team up in Manitoba.
No, juniors.
So to be fair,
I assume it's like a dad. Here's another one, Martin.
Gives it back to Hunt. Hunt's really in close. Oh, gives it to Bryant. Bryant, roof, Daddy. Oh, get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
That's broadcasting.
he's classically trained. Can I hear the Nebraska announcer, who is a professional announcer, who was really excited because, Doug, the other day, the Fighting Huskers went into Champaign and beat Illinois. And there was a big shot late, and it was not a dad recording his own son's hockey game. This was the Nebraska announcer on the big shot.
It is Lawrence, puts it up. God! 2 seconds to go. Inbounds play. I'm going to pass out. The game is over. Nebraska wins it.
That was shades of Hannafin. There was a game, Savard was calling the game, and Hannafin started screaming. And apparently his leg cramped up.
It did sound
this moment. So Sevy's calling the game, and all of a sudden you just hear, ah! Screaming, wailing in the background.
Oh, it's brutal.
Because his leg cramped.
This guy sounded like a burn victim there, right when the ball went to the hoop.
He said he was going to pass out.
See, that's what you do when you get burned.
2 seconds to go. Inbounds play. I'm going to pass out.
I'm sure the home fans love that, though. They'd love that.
The Vikings radio announcer is really famous. Yeah, Paul Allen for that, where he'll talk crap on the other team. They lost the playoff game, and he's like, no!
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's good.
I like it.
Mike Shannon was pretty close to that, but he never went quite that overboard. Harry Carey was pretty close to that.
But you hear old clips of Harry Carey, very buttoned up, you know.
Oh, he was fantastic. He was great.
But very routine,
Yeah.
just kind of, and not what you pictured with WGN, the big glasses and the Budweiser. You play the clip of them winning the 1967 World Series. Like, the Cardinals have won the World Series. We'll be right back. It was very understated.
He kind of became a caricature of himself there in the latter years. But he was as good as anybody going there in the 60s.
Guys, does Binnington have a quick hook tonight? That's from Jim Edmonds, tractor mechanic, who also noted that the Blues are 4-0 in their old home uniforms. And will they bring out the old home uniforms tonight?
I would say no to the quick hook because Hofer just played last night. I don't think he'd want to do that to Binnington. I mean, unless, if he gives up 5 in the first period, maybe. But if it's just a couple goals early, I wouldn't think it'd be a quick hook. I don't think you'd do that to him at this point, would you?
Yeah, I don't think they're looking for a reason to give him the hook.
No. But if there was a game, if they played a more important game with the playoffs on the line tonight, who would you want to be in the net, Hofer or Binnington? I'd say Hofer. The way the two guys are playing right now.
This happened 3 years ago, if memory serves. Ville Husso started the postseason as the netminder, and Jordan Binnington came in against the Wild, took things over, and perhaps was on the verge of a monster upset when Kadri ran him, when the Blues were going up against eventual Cup champion Colorado.
And that's 3 years removed from the Cup run. You got Binnington being pulled, but maybe with his competitive edge that we've seen play out at times with other players, gets a little feisty, even though he's not a big guy. Maybe that motivates him a little bit. And maybe that's a little bit of what they're thinking, too, is take away some of those starts. Because when Husso did take over, nobody objected, right? That wasn't we weren't outraged at the time. Like, it makes sense. And then yet, once he got back in there after replacing Husso, he was back to being Binnington.
It has to be a really hard thing for a coach to have a player, probably the greatest goaltender in the history of the franchise, the only one to ever win you a cup. And now as he gets just a little bit older, he's not quite the player that he once was, and you got a young guy coming up who looks like he might be better. It's got to be a really hard thing to manage for a coach, because you don't want to disrespect the guy that did it for you and has been there for won more games than any other goalie in the history of the franchise. You don't want to disrespect him at all, and yet you still want to win games. It's just a really tough juggling act.
I think it's kind of where they are right now. And then what do you do with Daddy Padre? I mean, there's a guy who's waiting for his chance.
Well, you keep him in the upper deck and hope he never comes down.
Binnington gets the shutout tonight. That's from Thrilla in Manila, and then right above him, Binnington's time in St. Louis is over. You did good, Jordan. Now fetch us a prospect and a trade. Doug, that's from Harrison's brother.
No, he's suspended with Terrosin. He's got a letter in his file.
That could not have been read. Okay. Since he ignored the suspension, I'm going to hit him with a 100% tariff.
100%?
That'll bring in some money to the station.
Oh, my God.
2 days' time, and those charges have been trebled.
Binner will go full-on Patrick Waugh if Monty pulls him tonight. Look out.
I think he might.
Sharon and Clayton. It'd be good entertainment.
Yeah.
I believe in the Blues. I always have, and I always will. That's from the 618.
Well, it's great. I mean, I'm sure they love their fans that are with them through thick and thin, but right now it's kind of thin.
Martin, thank you for asking the common sense questions of Doug. That's from Dada, formerly known as Daddy Padre. Now he's known as Dada.
And the common sense question was, why doesn't this vending machine salesman get more starts in goal?
Correct.
That was the common sense question.
More so, how do you handle that awkwardness in the room when he's sitting there waiting for his chance?
And doesn't get to play again.
Guys, it's like Ozzie Smith and Royce Clayton. You play who gives you the best chance to win. That's from the 314. That didn't go real well.
Yeah, it is. It is. I remember Whitey Herzog saying the hardest thing he did as a manager was handle a superstar at the end of his career. It's a tough thing.
You think the Rams felt that when, like, it was like, should we start Sean Hill or Austin Davis?
Well,
Now
they
that
had a
Sam
little bit
Bradford's
with
tore his ACL again.
Warner Bolger.
With Kurt Warner and Mark Bolger, yeah. And they may have made a move on that a little too early. But Bolger was good, too. It's hard to know how it's going to work out. I think it's probably time to trade Binnington, because I'm sure there's other teams that would love to have him. And it looks like the Blues have their guy for the future. They're not going to win it this year, so why not try to pick up a good prospect?
But are you
for
sure
Binnington?
Hofer? I mean, he's coming off a great game, obviously, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen enough to say that definitively that he is going to be the guy. I think they believe that in the building, that he eventually is going to be the guy.
But as Binnington gets into his early to mid-30s, how many more years are you going to have him anyway as the number one guy?
Right. At some point, that value just keeps dropping.
Yeah.
I think if he plays really well, especially if he gets to play in the Olympics, maybe you use that time to kind of watch his stock go up a little bit.
Yeah. Would be helpful if he were to go to the Olympics and play really well.
You are welcome to give your thoughts on the topic by texting in 314-399-9646. You're welcome to call in as well. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines on the Morning After. And we have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 206 friends like Longshanks and Saint Lunatic are in there talking to the TMA Remote Lamp and Bill Reloaded. It is now we're up to 6,380 subscribers
Are we really?
in there. And now it gets realistic for the $15,000 bonus check. If we get to that 6,400 mark, subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the TMA STL YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The holidays are here. Hopefully you will get some time to spend with friends and family and maybe enjoy a libation or two and make it a Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat, a wonderful community of longtime listeners. It is Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the Morning After. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Take a commercial break, and we have something from Ken Rosenthal on the Cardinals and what he sees as a possible three-way trade. That's next here on TMA.
Holidays are here. We've all had enough on our plates, trying to get things put together for the holidays. How about one thing, making it simple, getting that Schnucks Spiral sliced ham. Get it ready for the holidays. They're offering a great deal, best price on that ham right now at Schnucks. Best price since 2018. Get it just for $1.48 per pound. Rolling back prices yet again. Stop juggling the recipes. Start celebrating with a savory, perfectly prepared ham from the friendliest store in town. Get this deal now. All you have to do is make a $25 purchase, not including the price of the ham. Limit one per customer. Prices vary by store. Of course, they'll have all the deals on many of the other items you love during the holiday season. In the weeks leading up to Christmas, we are 1 week away from Christmas. Where does the time go? Sure to check out those weekly ads as well. Don't miss any of the deals going on, but especially the holiday ham. Spiral sliced ham. Lowest price in 7 years. Head to your local Schnucks store today for all your feast essentials. And make sure you savor the savings.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win last night, 1-0 over the Winnipeg Jets. Back in action tonight, taking on the New York Rangers. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, the lady said they love the fans, not money.
The money.
They don't ask to be overpaid.
No, none of them do.
Imagine a player going up to the DeWitts. Just do me a favor. Just don't overpay me.
Stan Musial did that one year.
See?
Gave back like $10,000 because he'd had a bad year the year before.
How about that? Mm-hmm. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Watch the program, talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The address is youtube.com/TMASTL. And 237 friends are in there, like Jackson Stinkbug, who is talking to Longshanks, who, of course, was active in Braveheart, which Jackson says should not have won Best Picture in 1995. Is that correct?
I don't think it was a strong year. Let me take a look.
More on that on
Dances with Wolves should have never. Don't
get him going on Dances with Wolves.
Like
Doug, watch this. Tatanka.
Okay, don't do that with your fingers.
It's a fine movie. It's just no Goodfellas, which was also nominated that year.
Oh.
Goodfellas, of course, cited when Harrison's brother Master texted into the program.
Yes, that is where.
You want some of this?
Yeah. You want some
Rhymes
Bucko?
with Bucko.
Bang, bang. Braveheart, Apollo 13, Babe, Postman.
The thing about the pig?
The pig?
Yeah. George Miller. And Sense and
George
Sensibility.
Miller. Who the hell is George Miller?
George Miller, Australian filmmaker, made Mad Max movies. All those are George Miller.
Okay.
Was that Charlize Theron?
She was in Fury Road, yeah. Obviously, Mel Gibson wins for Braveheart and then works with George Miller a lot in Mad Max.
Obviously.
Okay.
That year, I like Apollo 13 better, but I don't know if that's like, I get why Braveheart was
Ron
won.
Howard? Apollo 13?
Yeah.
Is Ron Howard, what has Howard won for? Has he won some trophies?
Ooh, good question.
Seems like the big directors, it seems like a lot of them get snubbed, you know?
Scorsese famously got snubbed for a long time.
Saying, how?
Did he direct that movie where the old people got younger when they jumped in the pool?
Cocoon.
With Wilfred Brimley?
Was that him?
I believe that was Ron Howard.
I think so.
Yeah, Cocoon was Ron Howard, 1985.
I would try and get you Ron Howard, but I believe Iggy had Clint Howard's phone number.
Oh, his brother.
We had Clint Howard on.
Gentle Ben, star of Gentle Ben.
Great character actor.
Gentle Ben won the Masters in 95?
No, Gentle Ben was a bear. And Clint Howard was a kid who...
Tom Watson cucked Gentle Ben in his final British Open. Am I right on that?
Golf.
Remember that?
Now we're on golf, though.
Yeah. I don't know who got...
Well, all I know is
during the
we
golf
had
tournament.
1380 Tim Glory Days, and
Yes.
Clint Howard complained either to Iggy or Ben Boyd that, well, the guy's beginning to be soon because you're using up my minutes on his phone. Remember that? You used to pay per text? Imagine that now.
That had hurt Harrison's brother Master. But, Doug, you have suspended him and now given him a 100% tariff.
100% tariff and a letter in his file. He's very close to being blocked.
He may or may not still be texting in nonetheless. You can do so. 314-399-9646. And it is the holiday season, which means we take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Ian LePerriere, you remember his time here.
Lappy.
He says, if Jackson does not play a required amount of drops, does he donate some salary back to Hubbard like Stan Musial did to the Cardinals? That's from Ian LePerriere.
No dice.
Why are the people so hung up on the drops?
Because you got to complain about something.
Like maybe that's it.
That was a pretty straightforward answer. The Cardinals and the Royals could be doing some business. Doug, Ken Rosenthal with a column on this morning on The Athletic. Now, over the weekend, Katie Wu, who has moved from St. Louis to start covering the Dodgers, but of course still in touch with things here in St. Louis. The Cardinals' Brendan Donovan is a Royals target. But Katie Wu reported that the Mariners and Giants are the front-runners for the super utility player. The path for those teams to Donovan is cleaner than it is for the Royals. To make a deal happen, the Royals probably would need to orchestrate a three-way swap, trading left-hander. Doug, how do you pronounce this name? Because I've heard it pronounced so many different ways. Chris Bubic, I think is the proper pronunciation when I looked it up before the
B-U-B-I-C?
But I think he intentionally, or the family said, okay, we can't have it be Boo Bitch.
Probably not.
Because that would be something they'd need to explain to their kids.
Right, it would be.
So it's Boo Butch. For prospects, they could redirect to the Cardinals. So they said, because the Cardinals would not be interested in Bubic, because the Cardinals are a rebuilding club. He is projected to earn $6 million in arbitration before becoming a free agent. So the Cardinals, if they were to trade Donovan to the Royals, there would need to be a third party who would want Bubic.
Bubic, even though the name might not be familiar, he was pretty good last year.
Yeah, he was.
2.55 ERA as a starter in 20 starts. The year before that, his ERA was 2.67. So he's put 2 really good years back to back now. He might be a little older than what they're looking for. He's 28 now. But he would be certainly a guy that'd be near the front of the rotation.
No. Bubic would go to another team.
No, we want him here.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to talk with Rosenthal.
Who are we
Doug is extrapolating the report.
Yeah, who are we getting?
Prospects.
From who?
That's the third party that
we
Katie
don't
and
know.
Ken Rosenthal
So
reporting
they
needs
get
to be
Donovan.
Bubic would have been good here.
He goes elsewhere.
You talking about boobs?
We talking about boobs?
Bubic.
Butch.
That's a real tough name. Can you imagine?
Well, I thought we were going to get him here.
No. In order for Donovan to go to the Royals, a third team needs to get involved.
I get it. I see
Who wants
Bubic?
Doug doesn't approve.
No.
Why would the Cardinals want somebody with a 2.55 ERA? He might help us win. That's from the big old bub.
That's why you got to get a third team involved. Leave out the third team. Just make that trade.
The Royals' top prospect is Blake Mitchell, a catcher. We have a great need there for more depth and competition at catcher. So that would be my asking price. That's from Carlos Spice, Wiener Jackson. How do you like the idea of another catcher?
Love it. The Cardinals should be exclusively guys over 6'4" and catchers. It should only be that. So trade with the Mariners for that guy who's like 6'8", and then bring him in. All the pitchers need to be above 6'5", and then if they're not 6'5", they have to catch, or at least be written down as C in the lineup card.
How about Jack Caglione? He's 6'5", 250.
I'll drink of water for you there,
Welcome to the Redbirds.
He's not a catcher, he's an outfielder. He was a first-round pick a year or two ago. Came up briefly last year.
2 options.
What if he was 6'2"?
No good.
Okay.
He'd have to catch.
Really?
He'd have to catch. He'd have to play catcher.
Like Spanky LaValliere.
Well, this guy's left-handed, so he's probably not going to catch. Although, as I said
the
before,
bricks.
there's no reason why you can't catch as a left-hander.
No room for you here.
Build a Voltron of catchers. That's from Mad Bay, 2004.
Yes, one mega catcher.
Have every position player in catcher's gear. Don't let anything past you. Lie down in front of those hard-hit ground balls.
Can you tell me more about orchestrating a three-way swap? It sounds intriguing. Hey, Sharon, that's from the female listener. Doug, did you hear that?
That's not a female listener. It just isn't.
But that's the title.
Thank you, Martin.
So you're acting like Harrison's brother is not actually Harrison's brother? Is that Frank doing a Hannafin imitation?
Me.
That's you?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on there?
Cramping up?
Who knows? Yeah, maybe I was cramping up. So you ever get night cramps? Like you ever cramp up in the middle of the night?
Charlie horse, eh?
Yeah. Then you have to crawl to to get some water or a banana.
I think the worst is in the calf.
Yeah.
Your calf locks.
Yeah, or your foot.
My brother used to get those. He'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night.
No fun.
He grew 9 inches in one calendar year.
Oh my God!
And that's when this was happening.
Did they ever have back issues from that?
I don't think so.
I've heard of that, where you can get some like really messed up back.
But the whole back of his leg would pop out. Have you ever seen those cramps where the back of the leg just kind of pops out? Yeah. Oh gosh.
There was a kid. We were playing basketball. He left the third quarter with a cramp. The game was over. We changed out of our clothes, went to the bus. He was still in the tunnel cramping.
Oh man.
Just don't press push wants a clarification, Doug. Let me get this straight. Doug wants the Blues to trade for prospects, but he wants the Cardinals to try to win right away. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Well, I want the Cardinals to be competitive, sure. Who doesn't? Who wants the Cardinals to suck?
That was your problem, Doug.
Well, why would you want the Cardinals to be bad?
Just Don't Press Push. You can call in 314-974-0101.
To open them up. It's the holiday season.
Yeah.
So, some teams can do it both ways, where you make trades and you actually get better. I don't think you make trades with the intention of getting worse.
So you prefer a baseball trade?
Huh?
Yeah.
Like a hockey trade?
Mm-hmm.
Baldwin Beer Bitch, another female listener. Boy, things are happening on this program with the ladies.
Right.
What time is Coach Schertz on today? Also, can you hold him accountable for scoring too many points and fattening up the crowd with the free Shake Shack burgers? Thanks. That's from the Baldwin Beer Bitch. The answer to the first question is 9 a.m., Martin, on your Stiefel dossier. And, yes, the team, I think the break point for the Shake Shack burgers, free burgers, is 80 points. And for these boys, that's something that usually hits around 8 minutes left in the game. It's Loyola Marymount with Hank Gathers, Bo Kimball, and Paul Westhead.
We didn't get them in San Francisco, right? They didn't get to 80.
Oh, yeah, they did. They got to 85 because I bet the over at 83.5. Trust me, I was well aware.
And I didn't get the burger.
I did.
Go on.
I had the tickets for the family.
You immediately went to Shake Shack?
I just sat there by myself and listened to my own podcast and ate Shake Shack burgers. That's my utopia.
Okay.
Last 4 games, Doug. 91, 107, 85.
Yeah, Shake Shack's upside down on this deal, Martin.
Yeah, they can shoot.
Wood's Wacko, probably the only guy that uses decimals on his balance sheet. That's from Mr. Lex. I don't know what that means, but that just came in. And that was after Wood's Wacko extended holiday greetings to Mr. Lex
If you're
yesterday.
using decimals, it means you're counting cents also.
If it doesn't make
Not just
dollars, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Think about that. Baldwin Beer Bitch equals good people. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. I wonder if there's a relationship there.
I like Baldwin Beer Bitch. She's called in several times. I think she came to when we did TMA day at the ballpark. I think she was there.
Did you do a TMA day at the
Yeah, we
ballpark?
did.
I'm a few episodes
and
behind.
There was an attractive lass, and Iggy took a picture of her.
Mm-hmm.
Not
I believe the lipstick lass.
Lipstick lass it was.
Oh, so that wasn't the Baldwin Beer, but that was the lipstick lass.
But I think she was friends with the Baldwin Beer Bitch. Chairman, am I?
I can't
Doug
speak
believes
to
there's
the
only 100
relationship there.
people who live in St. Louis, so therefore they would have to be
It
friends.
feels like it because you always know
that would
someone
make
who
sense.
knows
That would make
everyone
sense.
else.
I know the beer bitches were at the holiday party last year. Got their picture with Santa Doug.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah.
The Beer Bitches.
I don't think that's how they call themselves.
I like that.
Hey, guys, I'm also a girl. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
I don't know.
So look what's happening with this.
Martin, to your question, Ron
What
Howard.
was my question?
About Ron Howard. He did win Best Director for Beautiful Mind,
Oh, you did?
which also won Best Picture.
Wish I could get on once in a while. That's from the 314.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I
It's
just
kind
read
of
what's
a
in the prompter.
pathetic little cry.
Does that mean they are not clearing the chairman's fortress?
I don't know.
He has a phone
He doesn't
fortress?
protect the text line.
I just love the disgust Kurt has when he, what is it?
Like last week, you were talking
What's
to
your
that for like
name?
10
Well,
minutes.
that one guy that just flailed about on the phone lines. He called in 3 or 4 times. He's like, "I'm ready now." I'm like, "You missed your shot, bro."
Oh, we could give him a second shot.
Bro.
We're all about redemption
Do you have?
here.
Do you vet them? Do they have to do a little bit of a song and dance for you to get the chance to come on?
It depends on how much equity you have built up.
You can pick up on what someone's going to bring within the first 5 seconds.
But
of a
I think
phone
I
call.
ruined it. I think I yelled at him too early and got him off his game.
No, he was gonna go down in flames regardless.
Hey, Tim, do you want to go to the Blues game tonight? We can leave the wives at home and have extra seats so nobody has to sit close to you. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster
Nice
Groves.
offer.
I got to tell you, knowing where his seats are, that offer is always accepted. He's got the best seats in the building, that recovering alcoholic. Holy moly, cockatoli.
So you're going with him, and you'll have space so nobody can bother you.
That's correct. Also, I need leg room. Can you suspend me so I can get my text read more often? Obey Doug's edicts, Tim. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
Yes, please. Yeah, that's important.
Guys, can we have this beer bitch call in? That's from Tiger Worsen Woods.
She's called in several times.
They're that desperate to hear a female voice. I don't care who it is, what the situation is.
I love when Doug does this old man rigmarole where someone calls him on a bad take and then he restructures said take to be something no one can argue with and acts like it was his original point. For example, that texter just asked about 2 different approaches to the trade market for the Cardinals and Blues. Doug ran it through his Donnybrook to English translator. And responded with, why would you want to see a team lose? It's beautiful stuff. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, who is the two-time Texter of the Year.
Well, the trades are different. You can't say, well, you want one team to make a trade and another team not to? It's a ridiculous take.
You're getting owned right now.
It's a ridiculous take. Sometimes, yes, you would make a trade. Sometimes, no, you wouldn't make a trade. Is that a wild take?
Yes.
Just don't press push. Is he on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Chairman?
No.
He needs to call in 314-974.
Can I come down there? No. The chairman just sent me Ron Howard's phone number. Holy smokes.
Get out of here.
I don't know
where
we can
he
have
pulls
him
this.
on.
Where does he pull this stuff?
I need you to get a hold of the porta potty guy before you use any of these other numbers I sent you.
We need to vet Kurt's Rolodex.
Why is begging to read my text guy making a comeback? He's the worst guy out there and a total loser. It's from Mr. Lakes. Jackson, the Thunder minus 16.5 tonight. You like? That's Eric in the Central West End.
They play. Do they play Minnesota? Who's coming off a loss last night? No, they play the Clippers. Oof, they are bad. Yeah, I do. I like 16.
There you go. Another play has been released by Papers, and he likes the Rockets.
I do love the Rockets tonight, but they're minus 500. So.
My seats are better than his. I'm just saying. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
It depends on
accommodations included.
Because there's
yeah, exactly.
She's got good season tickets, right?
I'm sure she does.
Lower level.
Proximity wise, maybe better, but in terms of all things included here, I would take recovering alcoholic seats over any seat.
Especially from a guy who's not too concerned about the action on the ice.
Yeah.
Let's focus a little more on the amenities.
He's got the better. Yeah. He's got the better food and drink deal.
I'm saying
She's
if
got
you
the
don't
better
really
view
give a
for
rip about the game, then it's really going to be all about that. Now, I love the setup.
Who says I don't care a rip about the game?
You?
Oh.
About hockey? You?
Well.
Multiple times?
That might be true, but I don't like hearing it.
Who said that, Arch?
Guys, is Sharon and Clayton single? Thanks. That's from the 314.
No. She's talked about her husband.
It's amazing. I started calling into this show asking what the Cardinals should do with Grichuk, Piscotty, and Craig. And to this day, this team still doesn't have an outfield. That's from Dada, who's going after the Blues in the 7 o'clock hour, and now the Cardinals in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
I don't think he cares that much.
Sitting on $70 million. Text in 314-399-9646. You can call in. Just don't press pushes at the front of the line if he calls in. Callier and Thompson phone lines and talk it over with other TMA listeners. Open up your TMA STL YouTube app and subscribe and join in. And if we can get to 6,400 subscribers, Doug, we get a $15,000 bonus. And we're at 6,380. Talk it over with Eggplant Emoji, 2 worlds for you, Bill Reloaded, Longshanks, and MD 2020, along with Jackson Stinkbug. They are all in there. Josh Schertz joining us at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. The program's The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug. What do you think the theme is?
I can barely hear it. I don't know if it's my earbuds. You hear it loud and clear?
A little bit of a sleepy version here with Mick. Is it the Big Chill anniversary?
Yeah, Jackson loves the Big Chill.
I do love the Big Chill, but no, it's Keith Richards' birthday.
Oh, wow. He is 110.
And he stopped playing. He's just now retired, did I hear? Because of arthritis in his hands so bad he can't play him.
Feels like they're always touring still. 83?
I'll go 84 just to Price is Right, yeah.
Doug?
I'll say, I think he's 82.
Doug nailed it. His 82nd
This
birthday.
Doug is so good at this. He doesn't know the years, but he knows the ages. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Martin, you have been sending a lot of audio to Jackson, and I think this one paid off handsomely. Mad Dog is not happy with Travis Kelce. Doug, take a listen.
Okay.
We got these poor guys who've been covering the Chiefs for years, who go to every training camp, practice, every preseason game, every day for 7 months. They cover the football team, and you blow them off at the end of this game when they got Mahomes out, maybe the last game you're ever going to play. You can't give them 3 words. You can't give them terrible day for us. I don't know what I'm going to do with my career. Hopefully Pat will be okay when you're walking out the door and you say, not today, and you don't talk to the press. I mean, you're going to, listen, I understand you got your brother and you do the podcast. I get that. Maybe you want to save the exclusive news, but no serious sports fan listens to that nonsense anyway. This is a situation here where it's a Sunday afternoon. We want to hear from you. Mahomes is out for the year. You may not play again. The season is over. The season you've lost. You're not making a promise. It's a huge moment in Kansas City and in the NFL history, and you blow everybody off walking off the field, don't talk to the press, and get in the car. That is wrong. That is not the way to do things. You give him 5 minutes. You give him a couple sentences. But the Chiefs fan, really down on him.
Yes, way to go, Mad Dog.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
100% cosign.
I'm just surprised that
Remember,
he
I told
won't
you guys this
talk.
the other day
Yeah.
that Kelce will tell them, you'll hear from me this week, because I've talked to reporters over there, and that means you'll get the scoop, how he felt about the big drop or the disappointment on the pod during the week. That's such a douche move. I'm sorry. And again, what Mad Dog's saying is true. Mahomes is your guy. You've been linked at the hip forever. Terrible injury, the dynasty, the playoff run's over. It takes a minute or two. And I guess he gets fined because you're supposed to talk. NFL will fine him, and my understanding is he just pays the fine. I've heard about this for a while over there. Not a fan. So God bless Mad Dog.
I have to say, I realize I agree with your premise completely. I'm just surprised. You still can, of course, go into more detail on your podcast, but to take
That
5
stance,
minutes, I'm really just surprised by it.
Yeah, and it's not gonna take away from the success of the podcast. If you talk for a minute or two at your locker,
right.
It's not like people are, well, now we don't need to listen on Wednesday. I don't get it. Apparently it's been his thing for a while, and the reporters over there just kind of deal with it. And I agree, especially, even if you're like, hey, listen, I'm not a big talker. Well, you're clearly a big personality. Mm-hmm. He's in every commercial. He's got a popular podcast. So you have no problem being in that role. But even if you say, I just don't do a lot of media stuff, but you know what? Today, this was a big one. What happened with Patrick? What happened to our team? Even the week before, some big drops. Nope, sorry, guys. You'll find out how I feel about it on Wednesday. I just think that's such a just crap move.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a major bummer for him, that game,
sure.
And the Mahomes injury and all that. But that kind of comes with the salary, comes with the deal for being an NFL star. You're expected to talk for at least a few minutes after a game. It's not asking a lot, and you look very bad when you walk away from.
And over there, everybody says Mahomes is an absolute champ, just a prince, just a deal. And it's not a media stance. It's just, to me, it's kind of a character trait, like, I don't know. And what he said, especially, that's why the other day when Doug Armstrong did the sit down, the round table, it was with Matthew DeFranks, Lou Korek, JR, Jeremy Rutherford. 100% respect that move, because those guys are there every day. And that's something that Russo said. There's reporters who go to the training camp, and it's part of your job as a professional athlete, just answer a few questions, especially when you have some big drops and you don't talk, then it's really a bad look. I'm not a fan, so God bless Mad Dog.
Have you always not been a fan, or is this because of...
No, because what I've heard from people over there, just as far as It has nothing to do with the Chiefs. I don't care. But just how Kelce just kind of craps on him. That's it. That's what you're doing. You're crapping on him.
Mad Dog's just upset that he knows this is the end of his I don't know if he's talking about Mad Dog's career or Kelce's career. I'm going to read it again, Doug. It's Crestwood Coyote.
Okay.
Mad Dog is just upset that he knows this is the end of a nonsense career. The fats who eat too much and annoy the players are becoming irrelevant. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
He's saying the media sucks, basically. Fat people, media.
Got it. But, I mean, Chris Russo's probably sitting on, like, $25 million.
I don't think he's too worried about it.
He's probably going to be fine.
I wonder if the fact that Kelce's about to marry a billionaire has something to do with his attitude. Like, I don't need anything. I don't need you guys.
But he doesn't
I don't want to do interviews.
He doesn't need her money. He's already got tons already. I just think just be a pro. That's all. Be a pro. And I think we're probably all there when Azakim had the fumble in New Orleans. Season's over.
I was there.
The Wizards, Azakim, young guy, terrible moment, drops the punt, sat there and talked.
With tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
But then we had moments with other guys who could have given us 3 pleasant minutes and refused to.
For sure. We've called out McGuire for years for how he, granted, massive pressure, massive media inquiry. I understand everybody hates the media. My only thing has always been about being a pro. Just be professional. Even if you keep it simple, you don't have to be anybody's best buddy. That's not the point. I'll tell you who took that serious was La Russa. When players weren't available, like Strauss would even go and complain. Hey, your star players are not even in there after the game ends. We're on deadline, and the skipper would go in. And I think Holiday even told a story where different times where La Russa would cut off the food after games so they would do their media obligations. It's just part of being a pro.
Be careful, Martin. The Swifties are going to come after you for any criticism.
Okay, fair enough.
That's from Josh Bob Bill, who lives in Tampa, shares a building with Keisha Gray.
Coach, how cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Okay, and that'll wrap up the news conference.
And this is not a blanket media defense. There's a lot of clownery that goes on, especially these days, and we sort of highlight that with What Your Grandma Think. We play a lot of that audio.
Matt, did you know in the top of the fourth that Don Mattingly made the statement that it makes him think that the Stan Musial is in that body and running around here?
Sick.
And you?
Well, I don't really know what to say about that one.
Yeah.
See, and then there are examples of great journalism that we also salute.
I imagine if you're Travis Kelce, you can't go anywhere in Kansas City without everybody stopping you, wanting to talk, take a picture, every reporter wanting your time. I imagine it does get tough with that. But after a game in the locker room, that's part of the deal.
Well, and there are fans everywhere. Like, I've always said this. Like, I don't care after a game. If a player talks or doesn't talk, it doesn't change our salary. It doesn't matter. But if you're a fan, you kind of, oh, my God, what'd Kelce say? Boy, that was a terrible drop. Or that was a great touchdown. Well, he'll tell you on Wednesday on his pod. That's just a terrible look.
I'm just surprised by it. I keep going back to that. I mean,
like, why do that?
Yeah, it's like you obviously, and the podcast is good entertainment. I don't watch it / listen to it every week, but they're sitting there, they're BSing. It's him and his brother.
Like, it's two different things
personalities.
completely.
Exactly right. Then you sit there and you do 5 minutes of that stuff. I know you don't want to do it. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. Everything to me is like upside versus downside, and it's like, what's the real downside to doing 5 minutes, and what are you accomplishing by not doing it? Because it isn't, and it's not helping the podcast. I don't know, and it just doesn't strike me from his personality that he would be one of those guys. But I've never interacted with him. I know he's a big Blues fan.
Yeah. I just had heard that for a while, and I think it's frustrating if you are somebody that covers the team with regularity, that you kind of take that stance. And again, if you're not a big media guy, like I don't really like doing, Jeff Kent was consistent. He just hated the media and never talked to them. And when people would approach him, it didn't matter if you were from ESPN, Fox Sports, the New York Times, didn't matter. He would say, nope. And that was his thing.
George Hendrick didn't talk when he was
Silent George.
Yeah,
and he wore his helmet on top of his baseball cap. Did you like that?
I didn't mind it.
Because I did that at St. Gabriel's because of George Hendrick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, I volunteer at the drug church that the recovering alcoholic runs. I got the pleasure last night of serving communion with the recovering alcoholic. It was awesome. The only thing better would be if we got to serve communion to you. Doug, hit the gong. Have a great day. That's from caller Jen.
All right,
These
Jen.
ladies, I mean, this show is really, this is like the call her daddy of St. Louis sports radio. I mean, with the ladies listening, it's unbelievable what's going on right now with this. Caller Jen, Doug.
It's starting to feel like we're on The View or something, where our audience is mostly female.
I'm going to be Joy Behar.
Okay.
Is that an actual drop from The View, as heard on The View? Woo.
Guys, Travis Kelce said he was upset when he saw a 314 number calling him on the night of the draft, and I always thought that was funny. While we're talking tight ends, shout out to Brock Bowers' hairline. Doug, that's from Al in Dadeville, who loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia.
I don't believe I've seen Brock Bowers' hairline in a while. What's happened to it?
Has he gotten a procedure?
High peaks.
I don't know.
High peaks.
He's losing his hair already?
Like a widow's peak?
Eddie Munster?
Eddie Munster, Sprockets, Mike Myers, Ben Stiller, Touch My Monkey?
Upon further review, it's all high. It's all heading back.
And he's only, 23 or 4?
Yeah.
Well, why isn't he going with the shaved head then?
Maybe he will in the offseason.
Oh, wow, yeah.
He just turned 23.
Tough. I've seen that like since the 1980s. Boy, that's a bad beat. Shave that thing.
Yeah, or, do some in the offseason.
Little procedure would fly to Turkey?
That's what a lot of people are doing.
It is possible that it doesn't bother him as much as it does some of our texters.
Hey, guys, caller Jen is a pipe fitter from Lee May. That's from Big Tough.
Is that right?
Chairman Curtis shaking that off. You have information?
No, I've met caller Jen. I've seen her at Drug Church. She's very real.
Really? Doug, it's another real-life girl.
And when you say drug church...
They're not doing drugs at church, Doug.
Speak for yourself, Martin.
Oh.
Okay, I wasn't there.
I was talking to a friend of the program, Ken Iggy Strode, last night for a while, and he was en route. He was cooking salmon to take to Drug Church.
That sentence has never been said before.
You bring fish into a church service?
I called him, and he goes, can I call you right back? I'm wrapping up the salmon. I go, you do one of those cooking shows that he would do on Facebook Live? And he goes, no, I'm bringing it over to Drug Church.
Oh. Is that as bad as sky picking? Because that would leave a little odor in the church, wouldn't it?
And then I'll videotape me boning the fish.
Okay.
See right there.
Hey, Father, put a little something in the basket. What was it? Fish.
So as opposed to a donation, a tithe, he just puts salmon in
Like
it?
has a little satchel.
I have an offering.
Drops it in
Anything
there.
you can do to help the church, we greatly appreciate. We're going to work on some renovation. You know, I brought salmon. How does that help their bottom line?
We're having tickle fights in our underwear while listening to today's show. That's from the Mizzou Tridelt house.
Sure it is. It absolutely is.
And that text line, that number, Tim, trace it back to the Teamsters over on Gravois.
Guys, no wonder you're slinging around $15,000 bonuses and have are giving away free HVAC systems. This much money hasn't been infused into sports talk since the guy talk, girl talk days. That's from Iggy's great brother texting, and I believe that's the 590 the man, 1380 the woman.
Okay.
Experiment that he's talking about.
And then they were going to do charity and stuff on the side.
That is
the woman's station was just something that hit me like a bolt of lightning.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
I think he was the lead producer, right?
He was.
Could a female appear ever on the man, and could a male ever appear on the female?
Wow.
I don't
woman
like that.
show?
Think about that. That's existential. Guys, I can confirm Iggy bought a plate of cooked fish for Zoe at Drug Church. So he brought the fish specifically for Alas.
And we're supposed to know who Zoe is?
That's from
Is
the
everyone
Recovering
going to Drug
Alcoholic.
Church now?
Guys, if the Blues go on a run before the Christmas break, can you see any moves that could be made to improve the team? That's from the 636. This is a brief aside.
Can you see any
This is a
moves?
brief aside.
Yeah.
May not be something that is well received, but I feel like when I look back on 2025, I feel like many of the programs that we hosted here on 101 ESPN were spent kind of talking about a team that deep down we knew wasn't very good, that was just kind of lingering around the last playoff spot. We did it throughout the season with the Cardinals, and now I sense that we're going to be doing it throughout the season with the Blues. That is my read. I hope I'm incorrect, but that is 2025 to me in a nutshell. And hell, you can extend it to Missouri football for that matter. And maybe Missouri basketball for that matter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Follow me. Holler if you hear me. Tupac, 91.
Holler.
Yeah.
Give me a holler again. Can I get another holler out of you, Papers?
Holla.
Okay, because that first one didn't have much zip to it.
But with that established, at the start of 2025, I didn't think there was a chance in hell the Blues were going to make the 2025 playoffs. And then, I think by the time that the playoffs got underway and they barely got in, that they were one of the most dangerous teams. And I think they would have put the Dallas Stars to the test had 1.6 seconds ticked off the clock.
And because it is the same group, don't you hold out a little bit of saying, well, before you just nuke them to high heaven and say this group sucks?
We are in a really weird spot here locally that the last 3 championships, the 06 Cardinals, the 11 Cardinals, and the 19 Blues, all were from teams that were not doing a whole lot at about the 90% mark of their season, or in the case of the Blues, were in last place at about the halfway point of the season. And so therefore, because we have seen teams go from looking like they've got no shot at one point, either the midpoint or the latter portions of the season, as was the case with the Cardinals in 06 and 11, that you hold out hope for something that mathematically is highly unlikely. But when you look at the last 3 championships, they all have that in common. And then on the other hand, perhaps the 2 best teams we have seen, and maybe you could say the 3 best, but the Blues were interrupted by the pandemic, but the 2004 Cardinals and the 2001 Rams didn't win a championship. So I think it's just something that is strangely, subconsciously in the mind of the St. Louis sports fan who can recall those championships.
I think it's less likely for the Blues to turn around this year, if for no other reason. A couple of their best players are out, and they're not going to have them for a while. You take Holloway and Snuggerud and Kyrie, you take those guys out of the lineup, and Snuggerud and Holloway for a considerably longer period of time, your chance of really mounting a comeback is greatly diminished. I just don't see how it can happen this year.
Doug, did you tell your Snuggerud jersey story? Was that off air we were talking about that? That the parents were there?
Yeah, his parents were there.
Jimmy Snuggerud's parents were at the gift shop looking to buy a Snuggerud jersey.
Good. Yeah, but they didn't want the 5X. It was a little big. You can't find those jerseys. There's almost none anywhere in town. Even online.
Of Snugs.
Even online, Snuggerud jerseys aren't available.
Do you think both of them could fit in it together? Like
yes.
they were one big jersey?
They do. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it'd be a good look.
Yeah, if they have another child, they could probably bring him in under the fold as well.
Are we really ignoring the Missouri State Bears bowl game tonight? Bear up. Doug, that's from Jackson's Buttfro.
Okay.
Now we need to see who they're playing. Mm-hmm.
Arkansas State, Martin.
Okay.
Xbox Bowl.
Are they the Wolves?
I think they were the Red Wolves.
Yeah.
Oh, Dry County.
Is it?
Well, the game is in Frisco, Texas.
Mm-hmm. Where are you guys watching it?
Papers house.
You're all invited.
8 o'clock.
I just got a new TV stand. It's really nice.
Ooh.
Put together with my buddy Ken Dog.
Really?
You ever put together one of those things?
I graduated from
look to the left side of the infield here.
TV stand?
Just like anything, like you ever got something from like IKEA or like where you have to assemble it all yourself and you get that giant thing of instructions? Man, what an undertaking that can be.
Listen to Horton Watkins over here.
Well, they give you 14 different bags of screws and nuts,
a lot of Allen
and
wrenches.
bolts. Yeah, that's all. Then they give you one Allen wrench. Here's a 3-inch Allen wrench. Oh my God. I digress.
2026 will be the year of the Battlehawk. That's from Drinking with Kevin in Reich City.
He might have been able to say it will be the last year of the Battlehawk.
Oh!
Fly with me, lesbian Battlehawk.
I just saw that Ted Ginn Jr., who was referenced on this show.
Heisman winner, but not.
He was
3-time All-American, though, which is almost more impressive.
He was given the Heisman on this show retroactively, but he was just announced as a UFL coach yesterday. We were talking about him. I don't know why, but then he is the coach of the UFL's Columbus Aviators. And I stopped and said, wait a minute, Columbus has a team?
But I looked it up, Martin. There's only been 12 players to win to be a first-team All-American 3 times. Wouldn't that be more impressive than winning 1 Heisman?
3 good years.
If only 12 people have ever
but
done
he would
it.
probably take the Heisman.
Yeah, I mean, it's more glory, but I don't know. I think it's more impressive.
The UFL had moved a couple of franchises in the offseason.
Well, that's why I got confused, Doug, and now I had to look it up. Columbus is new to the league. So is Louisville, and so is Orlando.
Yeah, didn't they move out of some of the NFL
I
markets?
think Houston got rebranded. Arlington rebranded. But St. Louis lives on.
Rebranded is kind of a nice way of saying moved. That's what happened to the Rams. They got rebranded.
Shocking that the guy who was afraid of killing a bug needed his buddy Ken Dog to assemble a simple television stand from IKEA. This generation is cooked.
And Ken Dog is not Iggy, just to clarify.
No, sir. Not afraid to kill a bug. I only didn't smash it because it's a stink bug, and that's a trap, so I'm not going to do that.
It is a trap. He's right. He made the right move.
Not going to do that. And more hands makes less work. So
more hands makes less.
So you needed
work.
people to come over and help you assemble?
You said people. I had a person come over. My friend, and we chatted it over, had a few cold ones, and he helped me build it.
Well, good for you. Hang in there, buddy.
Yeah.
You've been through a lot.
On the pie chart, how would you break down the work that was done on this stand between you and him?
65-35.
Ken Dog?
Yeah. For
Is
sure.
it working now? Are you proud of what you did?
Oh, yeah, it looks great. I'll show you a picture in the
And
break.
so we're going to watch the Missouri State-Arkansas State game on this new television stand?
Well, that's the thing is my TV's mounted, blessed. So there's really nothing sitting
did you
on
need
the
a stand?
for all my gadgets and gizmos.
Gadgets and gizmos.
Okay.
You know, I
lot of
was having it
remotes?
on my coffee table. It looked a little Hoosier.
What, you got a lava lamp?
Should I get one? That'd be a good Christmas
You got a
present.
cable box? You don't get cable, so you don't
No,
get a
but I have
cable
like my
box.
router and modem and all that
Okay.
PlayStation.
All right.
The best possible thing that could happen to the Blues right now is that they have the same season that the San Antonio Spurs had in 1997 when injuries just decimated the roster and they wound up with Tim Duncan in the 1997 draft. What the Blues need is the same thing that the Cardinals need and that this city needs, highly skilled heroes to rally around. That's from One Beach Ball 29.
Couldn't every team say what we need is highly skilled heroes? I agree with the take, but I mean, every team could say that, right? What we need are better players.
Now, there really isn't a star in the market
No,
at this moment.
in either team.
So if the Sporting News came along today and wanted to put together the cover, like they famously did with Warner, Pronger, and then Edmonds subbed in because I think McGuire didn't want to do it, what would it look like?
It would still be Binnington, would be one of the guys.
Still one of your faces of the cup.
Yeah. The Cardinals?
Yeah.
I'm not sure who you put up. You could do Arenado, but they may not be here next week.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Well, not that great. You could
How
do
did you answer
Donovan,
that,
but he's not going to be here next week either, probably. Now we could do Contreras. He's not going to be here next week.
Remember last year, the team calendar, I brought it into you as a show and tell for the gang. And a lot of the pictures were just like stadium shots because you couldn't show a lot of players.
Can't trade the stadium.
You weren't sure who was getting dealt.
You know, you'd have trouble with that picture, I think.
Rambo says it would be Roman Berkey.
Yeah, probably. Because he's going on a last place team?
It'd be Jason Tatum.
In a Celtics jersey.
St. Louisans who play other places.
Kyron Williams, Rams jersey.
Chuck, yeah.
That would hurt. Tim Big Saucy is providing information.
What do we have from Big Saucy?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm just joining the show. Wanted to give you guys some breaking news from one of my sources, the same source that leaked the Dustin May signing with the Cardinals. Brendan Donovan, most likely to be traded to Seattle, pretty much a done deal. That's from Big Saucy. And this show has a history of breaking stories, does it not? Ray
Accidentally.
King?
Yeah, Ray King and Matty Mock got to know each other a little bit. Right there. I reluctantly broke the story that Rick Majerus was coming to St. Louis University. And I think that was the last time I'm like, I'm not going to do
Why
this.
did you reluctantly?
It's a great question, Martin. I, at the time, thought I was leaving to go to New York for a job. And I'm like, why am I even going to bother with this? This was the era of the program when you had quit, producer Joe had been fired, and the cat had been fired. And I was trying to get out of my contract. And I'm like, why even bother with this? Because even then, as a 30-year-old boy, I thought there really isn't a lot of upside if this isn't right. But I had somebody who was involved with St. Louis who's like, hey, this is happening. And then it took a few more days than it thought. So for about 72 hours, I was blowing in the wind as Rick Majerus took some time to officially sign the deal, I guess, and they didn't announce it because of that. And I was in the crosshairs of Billiken fans who were like, why in the hell is this clown announcing it and not like Frank Cusimano or Bob Ramsey? A question you could still ask nearly 20 years later.
Well, I don't
Just
know.
wait for Timmy. You'll be right. You just got to wait a couple. Timmy will be right. Just wait.
I broke the Larry Walker coming to the Cardinals story because Josh the Bat Boy came up to me before a Cardinal game. I think he was about 12 years older than me at the time.
Really bothered Big Walt.
It did bother Walter Tkachuk, and said, hey, we just traded for Larry Walker. I go, Larry Walker? I go, the trade deadline was like 4 days ago. What the hell are you talking about? He goes, I don't know. I was just in the clubhouse, and Buddy Bates is putting his name on the back of a jersey. And so I saw the skipper, always delighted to see us. And I said, before the game, I said, hey, you guys just traded for Larry Walker? And he's like, how's this dumbass know? Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to check on that.
A lot of Walkers out there.
Time for first.
Yeah, I'm not in the... So if the listeners break the story, or Martin, I think that pretty much limits it, we'll have a breaking story, or Big Saucy.
Big Saucy.
And he's got... So let's see. This is like Nagus Webster Chan on Power Mizzou. Big Saucy's moment of credibility is here. And what is he saying again? Donovan Mariners?
Big Saucy said, my same source who told me the Dustin May deal was happening now says Donovan to Seattle, pretty much a done deal. And that's a name we'd heard. I mean, a trade partner we'd heard for a while.
Katie Wu was on that.
Big Saucy. We will hold you accountable.
Journalism victory! Yeah!
Tim Rusty Pecker pointing out that we broke the Nolan Arenado arriving at spring training early last year.
Right, we sure did.
That was
backtracked on that a little bit.
This really announced our presence at spring training with some false news. It was unfortunately for Jeff Jones a little mistaken identity, but it became a theme.
Program is returning to spring training. We confirmed that yesterday.
How about that?
Yeah.
February
16th to the 20th. And you and Doug and Jackson will share a place with the guy who's on the other side of the wall who owns the place but does not make himself known.
It's a little one-bedroom flat that we're sharing.
It's hot, man. I like that.
I want my wife to come down
Is
this
she going to
year.
go? Well, then that could change the dynamics.
I know.
I don't want to be the only guy.
I don't think
Don't bring sand to the beach, huh? Get it? Huh?
I don't think she'll be. I don't think she'll be staying with Doug and Papers.
Oh, so it's like Doug and Papers are just going to get the one bedroom.
Possibly. We got to workshop.
Well,
this
what if
whole
she just
plan.
stays in the hotel by herself and you stay with me?
And I
Doug?
still, because I'm loyal to the brand.
Yeah. Well, so we have so much fun.
A lot of TMA bonding.
Yeah, we play
And I
like
get myself an Advil / Adderall / Propecia pill.
Yeah, you'll be locked in, and you'll have hair growing out of the places you didn't even know you had.
Martin mistakenly took some of Jackson's pills last year.
Yeah, that's just a lesson to all of you that you don't take a pill bottle and just slug it. You should.
I wasn't doing shots.
How often do you use somebody else's pharmaceutical?
Scout before you pop. See what's in your hand
It was
and
an
then
Advil
throw it back.
bottle.
Sure.
I had a reason to believe you just had a bottle of Advil.
Yeah.
Little did I know inside of there was a cornucopia of pills.
We talked about it the other day, like when you go in college and someone has a Gatorade bottle in the fridge and it turned out it was just full of vodka and you thought it was water. And now you're down for the count.
Did we talk about that?
So sniff before you sip, scout before you sit, and look before you pop.
Scout before you
listen to this
sit.
guy.
Scout before you sit. Make sure there's toilet paper in the bathroom before you go to work.
Okay.
Trout terrific.
Salmon sucks. Yeah, it's all in the same family.
Okay.
Jack Horror and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat dug now up to 6,380 subscribers. What dates are they in Jupiter? Guess he wants to come by. 16th through the 20th, Jupetown.
Okay.
Jupetown, baby. Jupetown, baby. We gets down, baby. For the crown, baby.
Is it under construction? Are they doing a lot of work down there?
they are.
Hope it won't affect the setup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Heim. We're gonna need some. I'll just let him know this is how we do it since he's new. Yeah, this is what they usually provide for us.
They're gonna put us on the
This is what Yachty and Carpenter loved.
They're gonna put us on the roof.
Hopefully, Brian Bartow, friend of the show, might be listening. We'll get this all.
We'll have to look
Best
there.
Give him a
deals are
Pistons
done.
update.
Ooh, yeah.
Start just doing
Say
all
less.
Pistons updates.
No problem.
Has nothing to do with the fact
Even when
we
they
need
don't
the
play.
B-man coming through for us.
Cade Cunningham had chicken breast last night for dinner.
Doug, can you tell me about Mark Milton of STL tax lawyer fame?
Well, you know what he is? He's a tax lawyer, not just a tax lawyer, the best tax lawyer, maybe the best in the country. Well, why would you say that? That's a pretty big claim. Well, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS all over the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he is set up here in St. Louis, helping individuals and small businesses solve any kind of tax problems they have. And he's just absolutely the best guy that you want in your corner when you're fighting the godforsaken tax man. You got any kind of IRS problems, maybe a criminal investigation, you got serious problems. So you need a serious lawyer on your team, and that would be Mark Milton. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. He provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Any kind of IRS issues at all, you contact Mark Milton. The website again, stltaxlawyer.com, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. Yes, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Josh Schertz joining us on the Stiefel dossier in about 12 minutes. Baldwin Beerbitch wants to go. Jackson, I know we got to go to break.
She's texted in to tell us she's
really
on hold.
Say something? Yeah, what's she got?
Said it'll be quick.
Yes, Baldwin Beerbitch.
Hello, how's it going?
Oh, hello, bitch. We're doing fine. You?
Good. Hey, I just want to thank Tim again for motivating the Dillinghams. This is the best they've looked in years.
And Tim's getting credit for that.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Schertz, but Tim wasn't sitting there courtside during the Travis Ford era, so.
That is true. Yeah. That is true.
You go to a lot of games yourself, do you?
Yes, Mr. Baldwin Beerbitch and I are ticket holders.
Oh, really?
So we will be at most of them. So, hey, Tim, what's your Shake Shack move when you get the free burgers? You go with the cheese fry, or what do you do for your purchase?
You know me, Baldwin Beerbitch, South St. Louis, Tam Avenue. I'm a meat and potatoes guy, so I just go with the simple crinkle cut and couldn't be more delighted with the fries they have there, unlike In-N-Out, which destroys its product with the worst fries in the land.
Some French fries and gravy, sir.
Yep.
You just get them plain. You don't get them dolloped in cheese.
No, that's not my scene. And listen, I'm not going to food shame or kink shame, but that's not my scene. I'm a catsup guy.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm going to start making that my order then, too.
Okay. Stop it, Baldwin. I know you're west of 270 and you're doing your best, but you can be better than this.
Hey, Jackson, real quick. You've been talking about loofahs a lot on the show.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm concerned for your well-being. There has been a lot coming out that loofahs actually hold bacteria and dead skin cells.
For sure. You gotta rotate those bad boys once a fortnight.
Yeah, so what I started, I know we like to talk about shower habits here on the show. What I started doing is I started getting do you say silicone or silicone?
I say cone.
So those silicone
the valley
scrubbers.
is con, right?
Yeah.
So they scrub the same, but they don't hold the bacteria. So
Okay.
I've been seeing that a lot, so I just wanted to let you know.
No, I'm gonna look into it. Yeah, I like that.
Okay, good. I'm worried about your health.
It seems like if it's bacteria, at least it's your own bacteria.
No, it's not good, though. It can cause folliculitis and other skin issues, and that's just, we don't want to do that.
Sakes.
So. Hey, another quick one. A serious question. Are you guys off next week and the week after, or what's the programming schedule?
Good question. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll have live programming.
You'll have live programming.
Yeah, left side of the infield. And then Christmas and Boxing Day will be off. And then
say Boxing Day.
the week following that, we will also be on Best Of, back live in studio January 5th.
The Jackson and I will do 7-hour QFTAs each day.
Every day, yeah.
Is Doug just mad that he's not getting 3 weeks off right now?
I've never taken a 3-week vacation. Not one time. Not once have I taken a 3-week vacation.
Okay.
Do we have a clip of Savard? Thanks, Julius. Thanks, Larry. I'm still in Macomb because Doug's still away. We have audio of that.
Fake news with the 3 week.
Thank you, Baldwin Beerbitch.
All right, bye.
All right, thank you,
had a
Baldwin.
question for Schertz. That really wasn't a question.
No, but Josh Schertz will be joining us here in about 10 minutes. And looking forward to talking it over with him. And then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, locally owned, family operated, and has been now for more than 3 decades. Michael was in here at the Hubbard Radio Studios a few weeks ago. We got together for lunch. Man, he is really passionate about his industry, passionate about flooring, passionate about making sure his customers get the best product for the best price. His website is igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. You can go online, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion really is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They have 3 locations to serve you: Creve Coeur, Arden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. was 2019.
Well, I don't know the years, too.
Yeah.
And Billie Eilish is 24 today. Am I right on that?
Nailed it.
Oh, it's a birthday. That's the theme. Papers today.
Keith Richards' 82nd birthday. Billie Eilish's 24th.
A lot of musicians' birthdays. It's weird. Some days there'll be like no very notable musicians' birthdays, and then like today it's loaded.
Smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Martin, Josh Pate, who we have talked about becoming a college football force, said on his podcast the following with regard to the Michigan job, and this is now on Sports Illustrated. We do not know if it was written by AI, though, because it says it's written by Rowan Fisher-Schotten 1 hour ago.
Say the name again.
Spell that?
Rowan, R-O-W-A-N.
Okay.
Fisher, F-I-S-H-E-R. Fisher Window and Door Story.
I was just going to say if we could.
Yeah. And then the last name is Schotten, S-H-O-T-T-O-N.
Okay.
Eli Drinkwitz and Michigan. While a cluster of candidates has emerged across national hot boards and analyst shows, college football analyst Josh Pate said he specifically singled out Missouri's Eli Drinkwitz. Quote, I think Eli Drinkwitz's name is involved here. Names like Eli Drinkwitz get thrown out and people are really quick to scoff at it. I have always been baffled by people who turn their nose up Eli Drinkwitz. It's well known in the SEC he's one of the better staffers in the country. So Josh Pate thinks Eli Drinkwitz is live to leave Columbia and go to Ann Arbor.
One of the better staffers? Does that mean building a coaching staff?
Fills out a good staff, Doug.
Okay. Isn't it more important to win big games? Regardless of who your staff is. If your staff is so good, how come you're not winning more big games?
He beat Michigan's arch rival.
Yep. Yeah,
so Josh Pate is the one saying that people are too quick to dismiss. And our guy
thinks that Drinkwitz is live for the job.
Okay. And our guy Rowan Fisher-Schotten,
correct,
Freud, is reporting what Josh Pate has said.
Rowan is such a stupid name. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
No, he's from, looks like he's from Canada, Doug.
I've never doubted that Drinkwitz has done a terrific job at Mizzou. He really has. There's all kinds of accolades you could give him for what he's done for the program. But to look at his record on the field and think that one of the blue blood programs in the country would have to have him when he just hasn't won any big games, that's what's so puzzling to me.
The question would become at this point, though, who else do they go to? In Michigan, I'm telling you, I mean, I'm reading the Power Mizzou version of Michigan's site, and Drinkwitz has got it's getting a lot more attention there than it is around here. Doesn't mean it's happening, but their goal is Kalen DeBoer. He plays tomorrow night, or he coaches tomorrow night with Alabama at Oklahoma. DeBoer has said this week it ain't happening. The one that I think it's going to be, and we played that sound where Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State's emotional when asked about it. Don't you have another thing in here?
It's in the dossier.
Yeah.
It's not just rinse and repeat, though. He has said multiple times. He's been asked about it multiple times, correct?
And then when was this? Was this like,
yeah.
It wasn't yesterday, though.
No, this was, what day is it today?
I got it as Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
This was Tuesday. He was asked kind of about the Michigan job or just the other jobs in general.
I think my job is to try to do whatever I can for the people that are with me, right? The people that are in the foxhole, the coaches that are in the foxhole with me, is I got to do whatever I can to fight for those people, for my family, for everything from that perspective. And kind of, and I love it here. I've said that since day one. That's absolutely never changing. Absolutely never changing. So, yeah, that piece is never changing.
So it was a little flimsy at the beginning, a little stronger at the end, but still not entirely definitive and clear. And they, of course...
If you're asking me to bet on who gets that job, it
feels like him. Yeah. They do have a game with Duke on New Year's Eve. That would be the Sun Bowl in El Paso. Tickets as low as $27.
Where are you guys watching it?
Papers.
Yeah, right back at my place.
Mounted.
Yep.
Who was there? One-Eye Pete or who was?
Ken Dog.
Ken Dog.
Drink sucks ass, Doug. Stop being a lemming, you aging stump. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
That's pretty good. It is. He got you good.
He doesn't suck. He's been a good coach at Mizzou. What, the 20 consecutive sellouts? They've rebuilt the stadium since he's been here. He's done a lot of really good things. But, again, even with that said, I just can't see where he's had enough success on the field to be considered one of the hottest coaches in the country. Perhaps he is, and I'm missing it. I do suck ass, according to some, and I'm an aging stump.
You clip that up. Josh Schertz going to join us on the other side of the break. Friend of the program, occasional co-host, Billiken head coach, next here on TMA as we enter the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Billiken's head coach next on the Stiefel Dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a safe, smart investment option, one that actually rewards you for planning ahead, well, take a closer look at Together Credit Union's Certificate of Deposit options designed to help your money grow with confidence. Certificates of Deposit, we call them CDs, are one of the most reliable ways to build your savings. Your return is fixed, guaranteed, and protected from the ups and the downs of the market. Simply choose your term, lock in your rate, and let time do the work. Right now, Together Credit Union offering a competitive 9-month CD special. Great choice if you want a higher return without a long-term commitment. It's short enough to stay flexible, long enough to deliver meaningful growth. With a 9-month CD, your savings grow safely and predictably. No market swings, no guessing, just a secure return that you can count on. Opening that CD is easy. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details, or stop by any of those 14 area Together Credit Union branches. Start growing those savings today with stability, certainty, and a partner that puts your financial well-being first. It's Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The New York Knicks have decided against hanging a banner for their NBA Cup win on Tuesday. Sources are telling ESPN's Shams Charania. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
L-O-U-I-S.
Ba-da-da. Ba-ba-da. Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, they're not happy with us in there.
Oh, no.
Adam Welly says, real question here. Are you guys going to do an actual bowl preview of the team that sucks up 6 months of segments on the show, or just continue to be sore butt loser babies?
I prefer the latter.
What do you want, Flacco? You want some?
Yeah, I think next week when I'm off, you guys want to do a 3-day Gator Bowl preview, so that'll be fun. I'll
Quarter by
podcast
quarter.
it.
Yeah. Game script.
Right now, though, we are honored to be joined by the head coach of the St. Louis University Billikens, who really longs to be a co-host of this program and trade spots with Doug. So Doug will coach the Billikens.
Yeah.
It is a friend of the program, Billikens head coach Josh Schertz. Morning, Coach.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
It's wonderful. You know, we were just held accountable by some of our listeners, so we're going to have to shake that off.
That's tough. It sounds like you guys got a very, very, hard-charging crew there that follows the show. They hold you guys into high standards over there.
That they do. That's 100% accurate. Coach, always great having you on. You guys got something going last night. An absolute clinic. Jackson, what were the numbers that dazzled you?
59% from three.
59% from three. My goodness.
Yeah. Going to win a lot of games when you do that. You go 17 for 29 from the 3-point line. You're gonna win some games. I got to tell you, the big key has been, Tim, has honestly been you coming to the game.
Oh, God. We can't get away from this kind of eliminating.
That is, I'll tell you what, though. He walks in, you guys know this. You guys see Stephen A. Smith when he comes into the NBA games with the white suit, with like the strut, and he just walks the entire sideline from all four corners to get to his seat. It's incredible. The crowd the players get motivated. The crowd gives a standing ovation. It's incredible. The crowd gives a standing ovation. Yep. And so then that gets the team fired up, and we've been able to really build on that momentum of you coming. And then I do got to appreciate Doug's San Francisco game. Doug is sitting across from our bench, and first half we're struggling. And I have no answers. And I see Doug over there furiously scribbling. And I'm like, what is he doing? He's on a whiteboard. And all of a sudden, like midway, end of the first half, he flips it over. And it says, hey, dummy, make some shots.
Yeah.
That was your coaching?
That's what it is. Right. I called a timeout to relay that to the team. So you guys deserve a lot of credit for what's going on. I don't want to let that fly under the radar.
Doug, how about that? You got some credit for saying make shots, and you held that up on your whiteboard.
Right.
Coach Schertz saw it, and then look what happened in the second half.
Well, he's the Wizard of Crestwood. It just flipped in my mind. I was like, you know what? If we make shots, we would score more and then probably win the game. And, I hadn't thought about that. But Doug over there, I thought he was doodling. I thought he was asleep. We weren't playing well. But no, he just flipped it over right in the middle of the game. And I said, all right, I got it. Thank you. And I called timeout immediately, relayed Doug's, the Wizard of Crestwood's message to the team. And then we went on a run.
I'll handle this New Hampshire game for you if you'd like to take a day off.
We got to get Martin to some games. That's the key next. We got to get Martin.
Yeah, Martin.
I got written permission from Shaka for you to come.
Oh wow!
Shaka sent me a text. Said you have written permission. They're not gonna excommunicate you from the Marquette.
Okay, well I like that because Marquette's kind of sitting this season out, so I might have to show up down at Chaffetz there. I do a little cat and mouse every year with Chris May, and it's a leverage game, and then we'll get you some new gear. Okay, we'll get you a little closer. So it's a little cat and mouse. this going on.
I got you. Putting on. You need to get one of those Jackson jerseys that he has over there.
Jackson, you
do have that Pelican jerseys.
It's a gorgeous uniform.
He does.
You came in here before the season started, and you were saying, and I think some of it was on air, but also talking a little bit off air about how difficult it is to bring players in because it's kind of like speed dating. It's not like you have a long recruiting process in the portal, but you had a sense that you had hit across the board on the guys that you brought in, not only with their caliber of play, but also how they gelled with the guys who were already here. So you had a sense that you had something going on, and I gather, albeit still early in the season, that you see that translating to the court. Would that be an accurate assessment?
Yeah, for sure. I could see, the portal is so hard because, when you're recruiting players and you're building a team, there's a lot of factors that go into it. And I think, how the puzzle pieces fit together, what's the talent level, how does that piece fit with that piece? Do they compound each other? Do they amplify each other? Do they get in each other's way? And so you have all this stuff that's really basketball specific, system specific. Do you have it of ball handling, shooting, playmaking, rebounding, defense, whatever? And then really the most important part, that's the hardest in the portal, is not just, prioritizing, but identifying, competitive character of somebody. And usually that just takes time. You got to see them a bunch. You don't see these kids play in person. Sometimes you see them in high school, and that helps. There was a couple of these guys we did. But, yeah, that's the challenge. You don't know people until you get them in. But I felt very good about the character. I felt very good about the personalities, the vibe when I met with you guys. And, to this point, it's translated. We went through – haven't had much adversity. Had the one against Stanford. I thought we really responded well to that. There's going to be more adversity coming. Sometimes success really challenges your ability, to keep the silent forces at bay that are outside the external noise. So, but I've really enjoyed this group. They've been a lot of fun to coach. We felt like we hit, and I today, December 18th, feel like the same way. We got really good talent, really good character of people. Our competitive character is as good as our talent, and that gives you a chance to have a special season.
Josh Schertz, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Coach, I wanted to ask about that Stanford game. I know at this point it's about 3 weeks old, but man, that was a brutal loss. And considering the spot that you guys are in the A10, as opposed to take your pick of somebody in the SEC, Big Ten, ACC, Big East, that may have a bigger impact for you guys than it would for a school in that conference. And so I was gutted when I saw it. I'm curious how you handled it, knowing that could be impactful, and then also how your team handled it. Clearly, there was a response 4 days later against Loyola Marymount, but how did you individually handle that? Because that was brutal, man.
Yeah, no, that was. I've said I've had some difficult losses in my career, and I probably had more consequential loss than a buzzer beater when I was in the Final Four, my last game at LMU on a tip ball. And, our season ended and my career there at LMU ended on a batted ball 3. But I don't know, I've had a more improbable loss than the one to Stanford, to be up 4 under 20 seconds to go. We play a perfect defensive possession and the guy, jumps up, falls down his face and makes a 3. To cut it to 1, with 11 seconds left, we get it in, we make 2 free throws, and and we've been in those situations. There's scenarios almost always, if it's 2.5 to 7.5 up 3, we're normally going to be in what we would call smack, which is foul, and there's scenarios we wouldn't be, if you have 0 timeouts or you don't have a good rebounding team or whatever the case. There's various circumstances that you might not foul in that situation. Stanford had shot the 3 really well. They were 12 for 26 going into that possession. So, we were going to foul. We did. We executed it well, foul with 4 seconds left. And, and then the rest was history. Made the first. We missed the box out, but got beat to a loose ball. And everything bounced perfect. And they made a miracle shot, and we lost. And, gutted, obviously. I think, those are really, really test you because it's gut wrenching. And, I thought, we look at things, and I think we discussed as a team, when you take on tough challenges, and we did with Stanford, and you overcome them, I think that allows you to build confidence, and because you do something together and it gives you confidence, and when you come up short and you face adversity, it builds your mettle. It gives you a chance to build mettle, and experiences are going to be a big programmatical bedrock is. We want to grow and learn through every experience. We really do. We want to take the lessons, strip the emotions out, learn from every single experience, whether it's a positive or negative. And, it was a test of our program bedrocks. And circumstances are always changing. Bedrocks we don't have the same amount of opportunities that, a Mizzou has or a Kansas has or a Kansas State has. We know that. And we know, our margin is much more narrow than those other schools. But at the end of the day, we just, we try. I never, talk to our guys about net or where we are or what, our whole thing is on how we continue to get better. We want to play to our standard every single time we put the jersey on. We want to be the very best we can be at the end of the season, which is when it's elimination time, and that elimination time comes for every team. Every team faces elimination, whether that's in the NCAA tournament or your conference tournament or whatever. We want to be playing our best basketball when it matters the most, which is elimination time. So it didn't change anything, but it was certainly I was proud of our guys' response because we showed a lot of mental toughness to pick ourselves up, and 2 days later or 3 days later go on the road and beat a good LMU team by 21 at their place.
Part of having all the new faces is getting the right combination. It's interesting, just the playing time. It's been dispersed pretty evenly. Nobody's playing a ton of minutes, which is great, and they'll probably help you later in the year. But talk about what you're calling, I guess, is it the 55 lineup when you're going a little smaller?
Yeah, we just play the 5 guards. I mean, we can go 55 with Paul in there, but, we can switch everything. I think that group is, it's been good for us. It's been really good for us. It's, every lineup, when you're building a team, you hope to build a team that has, great flexibility and adaptability in how it can play because games can require different solutions. And the more tools you have in your toolbox to play, the better you can adapt to the game and try to figure out, what wins. And so, I thought against Santa Clara, which was a really big win for us, that 5-guard group changed the game in the second half. They really did. They really changed the tenor of that game. San Francisco was probably the biggest sample size, and we don't win the game without being able to go to that 5-guard group and the work they did to in the first half, and then certainly in a big stretch in the second half, and then to close the game. So it's certainly we have a really deep and versatile team. We can play a lot of different ways. That group has been really good at forcing turnovers, and then despite being undersized, I think we don't have a center in that group. It's all the guards. But we have a lot of guys that are 6'6" in that group, so there's really good cumulative size. And we got a bunch of guys who, when you look at Kellen Thames or Deion Brown, even Amari McCautry, guys play bigger than just being 6'6", 6'6", 6'4". We got a lot of guys that play bigger than they are.
And they do shoot. We talked about how they shot 59% from 3 last night, but it seems like most games this year you guys have shot the ball exceptionally well. Is there something you teach mechanically or fundamentally that has helped these guys shoot as well as they have been?
Yeah, I think you're trying to get. I mean, there's shooting is a variant. It comes and goes for every player. I think. You try to recruit guys that you think, can shoot. I think that starts with that. Guys that have either, you've watched them, you think there's good mechanics, even if the ball hasn't gone in, or guys that have data of being able to make shots, and so I think that starts with that. And then I think it's always about making sure that they're taking the right shots. I think that's as much when you look at efficiency. We always talk about with our guys, your playing time is based on how efficient you are and how impactful you are. How impactful you are to winning and how efficient you are, which really goes hand in hand. But there are variants. There's things that we call them invisible plays that don't show in the box score, you don't get credit for, but drive winning. So efficiency and impact is what we're working on with our guys, talking about our guys. And a lot of that is, what is your shot selection, and that's not cookie cutter. Not everybody has the same rope when it comes to taking shots. It's about, we give guys we say, a lot of leeway in terms of artistic expression, but it's got to be inside of their game and inside of the team. And I think our guys done a pretty good job of buying into that, and that's helped their shooting percentages.
Josh Schertz, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, Billiken's head coach and occasional co-host. Doug, watch this. Kellen Thames. He's a bad, bad man.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What do you think about that,
Is that
Coach?
the word on the street?
That's the word on the street. That's what we're
How
hearing
about
around.
that analysis?
That, if you want to come in here and co-host, you're going to have to come up with stuff like that.
I got to come up with catchy. I'll spend a lot of time the next few weeks working on catchy slogans like that. Like maybe Stuart Scott was the king of them. I'll try to get some good ones before I come in.
Yep. Kellen Thames, bad, bad man. I know he was ill last night and couldn't play, but man, when he is on the floor, his athleticism is something to behold.
So such a quick twitch athlete, gets so much done. You talk about being impactful. Kellen puts his fingerprints on the game in so many ways and just keeps getting better and better. He's really bought into, the offensive rebounding component. He's gotten so much better defensively in terms of how to, the details of it. He's always been an incredible athlete and had great tangibles, 6'6" and good feet and long arms and, all the things you would want from a guy on that end of the floor. And, he's understanding the system fundamentals, the cutting. He's so good in transition. He's just a terror with the ball. And he had some plays there. Obviously Central Michigan was unbelievable. Some of the dunks and, he had his own highlight reel out there, but he's been terrific for us. And we missed him last night. He was sick. Hopefully, we'll have him back maybe tomorrow. He's, working through an illness, but he's had a great year, and I think he's just going to keep, getting better and better. He's a huge part. If this team's going to do what it's capable of doing, we're going to need the best version of Kellen Thames, and he's been fantastic for us, and I think he's just like our team. I think he's been really good, and I think there's a long way to go to bridge the gap between, where he is and what his capabilities are.
More important questions here from the audience. Coach Schertz, what's your favorite menu item over at Humphreys? Have you been to Humphreys, which was a staple on the SLU campus, went away for a while, and now is back?
Yeah, no, it's been, I've been over there a couple times. I usually, when I'm over there, I'm usually not trying to eat like high-end food, but I'm normally going with a good burger over there has been my go-to. Good cheeseburger over at Humphreys. I've been there a couple times. I try to avoid it, penny pitcher nights and all that stuff when the students are there. But if I go, it's usually a lunch and I'm getting a nice cheeseburger.
Okay. Nice. All right. And if your wife's listening, you had a side salad with some beets.
Yes, with beets and some sort of fat-free dressing, of course. And beets, fat-free dressing, a lot of celery, that type of stuff. So, yeah, it's for sure. Never eat a cheeseburger for lunch because that would be terrible for you.
There you go. Thank you.
We'll edit that out for the podcast.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Make sure. The dish was disappointing. I got to tell you, he thought it was an in-person deal. Kunderman did. He went out 7:30 this morning, got a haircut, he got hair gel.
Oh, no.
He was dressed he was in a tuxedo.
He was going to come in here in a tuxedo for our audience.
I hope he can send us some pics.
Yeah, he didn't. He had no idea it was on the phone. So he was. I don't know if he was crying, but he was sniffling when he called me.
Wow. No. He went to glamour shots for no reason at all.
Yeah, no reason at all. So, Kunderman, it's disappointing. He's really crushed. But we'll pick his spirits up for Christmas. Maybe we'll get him a nice gift. You get him something nice. Send him a mug.
Yeah, like a mug would be nice.
Buy him lunch at Humphreys. You can both have some celery.
Coach,
he's not eating a cheeseburger.
Does your wife let you eat the free Shake Shack burger? That's a question from the.
You are hurting Shake Shack's bottom line with this offense.
We are. This is hurting. It's funny. My in-laws and everybody's in town. So the other day I did go to Shake Shack. It was the first time I got to partake in the free burgers, and so we have like 12 people staying at my house here the last week and a half. And so we went, and because of our seats, we had 20 of those tickets. We didn't use them all, obviously, but I did. We did buy burgers for everybody in our group. So yeah, I did go to the Shake Shack. They were a little bit unnerved by the fact that we could have had 20 free burgers, but hopefully we just keep those burgers going. I like the fact that they kept it at 80 as points. That's a good metric for us to try to get to. So I know. I got to tell you, the inverse was Grand Canyon. I pulled the plug a little early. We only scored 78, and the fans were pissed at me.
You did?
Yeah, it was anger. I told him, listen, I told him in the press conference, go to Shake Shack and put it on Stu Durando's tab.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, 78 should be on Stu, in my opinion.
Just throwing that Substack money around.
Oh, I'm telling you, I hit it on Sunday after going to the game on Saturday. Are you aware, you're going to tell me no, but are you aware of your NCAA net ranking as of this morning?
I saw it. Somebody sent it to me. So, yeah, I know we're up to 22. And
yes. What that done? 22.
So,
nice. Look at that.
Yeah, 22 in the net's a good spot to be in. It's something, like I said, we never with the team discuss it. It's something, I'm aware of. But, it's also something that in February, you really try to dial into, as a coach. You're studying it. But, the reality is, like all these things, if, it's something you don't have control over. You got control over how you prepare, how you play. And, and you got to win the games in front of you. We got some big time challenges coming down the pipe, and we got to take care of those. And if we do, then we'll be in great position. If we don't, then that net goes the wrong direction. So, but we're 22 is a great place to be. It's brought a lot of attention, a good attention, I think, to the program and to St. Louis. And our fans have been really good in terms of, we've had the ones that have come out have been really good. We got our diehards and the ones that are walking the journey with us, our students and fans. And I think our atmosphere and shape, its numbers haven't been huge, but our atmosphere, the energy, the enthusiasm has been really, really good. And I'm hoping, as we get here to conference play, we get the rest of the city coming in, joining our main crew here that's really carried the load the first semester, and now we can make that place, what it's capable of being.
True or false, Coach? Cusimano has told you that he has eligibility left. He would like you to look into that.
I don't know if he told me that. He did send me pictures of his jumpers, though.
He probably did.
That's actually probably true.
His jumpers. He sent me pictures of him shooting, but he was shooting all pull-up mids. I told Frank that went out in the 80s. He has to update. I want the threes. We don't want to shoot pull-up mids, Frank. We want to get to the, we want to shoot threes or layups.
There you go, Doug.
So I want to see. Frank, he doesn't do layups, so it's got to be threes.
I saw him after the game on Saturday night, and he said, good to see you getting on board with the most exciting team in the area. Oh. So, yeah, he was in full sales. But we're on board. We're planning on being there for the New Year's Eve festivities, the whole family. We can't get up. But don't let the team get nervous when they see me. That's what we worry about, that they get nervous when they see me.
Are you still going to do all four corners and strut in like Stephen A. Smith? With
I just feel like this. Yeah.
Wear your derby.
Yeah. I'll wear a derby for the St. Joe's game.
He starts on the one where his seat is. He walks the entire perimeter of the court and then comes back to where he started. I've never seen anything like it.
And then it gets millions of views on Instagram. It's one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
If you wear the derby hat, that'd be nice. Yeah, if you bring that out, that'd be nice.
Well, I'll wear a derby for the game against St. Joe's. I love that hawk who never is allowed to stop flapping his wings.
I'd like to see the dishwalking. I wouldn't mind some video of the dishwalking.
Oh yeah, especially since he's wearing a tux right now.
Yeah, he might not be. I don't know if those glamour shots. His eyeliner might be running because like I said, he was sniffling when he called me. So, but no, it'll be St. Joe's. It'll be a really good one. New Year's Eve. Get conference play started. We got some great opportunities here at home, and as you guys know, Chaffetz is an incredible venue. But to do what we all want to do here for St. Louis basketball, and that's build a national brand, a sustainable, championship level program. It takes everybody, and that's part. We got to do our part as coaches and players, and everybody else around. And part of that is the fans and the atmosphere. You guys know that. It's creating an incredible home court atmosphere. We've got unbelievable fans that have come out, been super supportive. Like I said, Chaffetz, for you guys that were there for the San Francisco game, I thought that was an unbelievable atmosphere for whatever 5,000-6,000 people in there. But the energy level was great. Their fans can be the wind at your back when they're there and they're cheering and they're. I've experienced it firsthand. And Chaffetz when it's full capacity or close to full capacity. That's as good of an arena and home court environment as you can have.
It's a perfect opportunity for fans to see this team conference schedule getting underway on New Year's Eve, taking on St. Joe's. And my kids are excited to see the Hawk. I was telling them that he's not allowed to stop flapping his wings.
Oh, no.
And that is on New Year's Eve, and you will see a high-powered offense, probably get some free Shake Shack out of the day. 3 p.m. start. Perfect opportunity to see this team play, and I am looking forward to it. I love watching the team play. There's starting to be a little buzz. Doug lives and dies by Joe Lenardi's bracketology coach, so I guess you're already starting to prepare for another game against Iowa. This time it'll have to be on full display. Billiken's a 10 seed against Iowa, and that's taking place in Philadelphia, so Doug booked his flights for that game.
I didn't let the season play out.
The Wizard of Crestwood knows, we got to stay in the present, right? That's why he's
exactly.
the elite coach of all time.
Coach, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for the time this morning.
I appreciate it, guys. Have a great one. We'll talk to you soon. Look forward to seeing you here in the next couple weeks.
Looking forward to it as well. That's Billikens head coach Josh Schertz with us here. And Martin, I guess we buried the lead that it was Doug holding up a dry erase board in the second half.
I didn't want to say anything.
dummies?
I didn't want to say anything.
Wow.
I don't want to take any credit for what happened.
I thought it was Nick Vaughn nearly holding the putt, and then you making him walk home when he didn't.
Yeah.
That was the lead.
I ran a tough ship.
But it was actually, you held up a dry erase board and said, make more shots, and they did, and scored 54 points in the second half.
And the fact the team doesn't get nervous when Tim's there, he pointed that out. That
That's what we were worried about.
But want to put on a good showcase for you.
And that's what they've done. That's correct.
How much would we have to pay you to actually walk all around the court right before the game starts?
With a derby.
With a derby.
Got to get
Maybe
a lopsided
cane.
fitted derby.
Perhaps a cane.
In some kind of pimp suit.
How much is that going to cost us? We could crowdfund that and get it done.
I would be happy. I would be happy to do that. Just got to see what kind of dollars are on the table.
Okay.
The game against St. Joe's, New Year's Eve, 3 p.m. I'll be there. Yeah, and Ken Palm there now up to 37-22 in NCAA net. It's going to keep catching, man, because these boys can play. Doug, watch this. Callan Thames is a bad man. How about that?
Robbie Avila is a tall man. That's my take.
How about that? These are.
They play New Hampshire this Sunday.
Sunday, too. That's a nice little time on a Sunday. It's the holiday season. Nobody's working.
Hey, man.
To be honest.
Just drinking scotch. The program's called TMA. We welcome you to participate in the conversation by texting in 314-399-9646. And we welcome you to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the YouTube chat. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program's The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Missouri, if you have not heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that's tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement, because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Fresh off of giving you a sweat-free winner last night with the Blues and Winnipeg under, it's Doug Vaughn going back-to-back. What do we got?
Same bet. Under again. Blues and Rangers, two of the lowest scoring teams in the league. Blues without some of their best offensive talent. The over-under is 5.5. I'm going under again tonight.
Under again. Doug Vaughn making you money. Doug makes picks. You make money. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement, because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Doug, you wanted it, you got it.
Yeah. I was really hoping to get this today.
We got a birthday.
The big day for birthdays.
I'm going to go 52.
DMX would have been 55 today. Passed away in 2000.
What happened to him?
He passed away in 2021.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson's birthday theme music here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The show is called The Morning After, airing on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And people really enjoy that Josh Schertz, who was just our guest. Go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. This guy absolutely gets it. I'm a diehard Mizzou fan for basketball and football. It goes for both teams. When they schedule butt asses, everyone checks out until it's a big non-conference game or conference play. This guy absolutely gets it, though. None of my buddies went to St. Louis University, but we are planning on going to the game against Dayton in January. It is easy supporting a coach like this and a team that is good. That's from the A-Town Dropout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I promise you'd have a good time because the atmosphere is really, really very cool. You see a lot of former Billiken players there. And you see a lot of people in the crowd who are about 6'7" and 65 years old who look like they played for the Billikens at some point in time. But it is a fun atmosphere.
Harrison's brother Master, though,
he's suspended. He's suspended.
He didn't like it.
Get it ready, Papers. Get it ready.
Great interview, guys. Hey, Martin, do you think you can get the Gateway Grizzlies assistant bench coach on tomorrow to talk about the offseason?
That's enough.
That'll be highly interesting.
That's enough. Harrison's brother Master has just had his SNAP benefits removed. He's no longer eligible for those.
Kwame Voyoukas IV. I mean, they're all out. Kwame Voyoukas IV said, Coach, on behalf of the city of St. Louis, allow me to sincerely apologize to you and the team for the absolutely pathetic attendance at Chaffetz so far this season. This city needs to wake up and realize we've got a special team this year and get behind them. That's from Kwame Voyoukas IV.
I agree with him. Most people in St. Louis tend to be Mizzou fans. And so SLU is off the radar for a lot of Mizzou fans, I think. But if you went to the SLU games, you'd see an exciting team, and I'm sure you'd have a good time with it.
As dumb as it is, and he talked about it, he went into detail on how he called it one of the toughest losses of his career, that Stanford thing, and why it actually was important, even though it was kind of a random game in front of like 50 people in Palm Springs in November, because of how important it is for an A-10 school when they aren't going to be getting a whole lot of bids to get into the tournament. But just aesthetically, I think, if their record is sitting at, what are they now after beating the ever-living hell, 10-1 or 11-1?
10-1.
That aesthetically, I think if they are in a spot where they are ranked, and I mean, like I said, they're 22 in the net ranking, 10-1 is correct. But if you had that AP ranking and they're undefeated, is kind of ridiculous as it is, I think you'd have a lot more people going, okay, what's going on? The Billikens are ranked? Holy crap, let's go down there. And I think it's the fact that they lost on a last-second shot that keeps them out of getting votes. And also, obviously, their non-conference schedule's garbage, but that's not because he wants it that way. He wants to play some great teams. The best team they played probably is Santa Clara on Thanksgiving. Papers is nodding. If Papers nods, I feel like I'm right when I'm talking college basketball.
Yeah, you can make an argument for Stanford, but I think Santa Clara is right there. St. Louis got a vote in the last poll.
Here we go, Billikens. Here we go.
Santa Clara is 71 in the NCAA net. Stanford was in the low 100. Stanford's now 98.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, that takes Santa Clara.
Tim, other coaching news? Are you taking coaching hot off the press news?
Yeah, what do we got?
A.J. McKernan, former Battlehawks quarterback, popular former quarterback, of course, Alabama champion, is now the head coach of the Birmingham Stallions. How about that?
Doug.
Huh.
So he'll be coming back to the Dome this time, Doug. He's on the other side, trying to take down your Battlehawks.
Okay. That's a good gig for him because he's still a young guy.
Smart for Birmingham to get a name, popular name. Didn't end great here. It's kind of awkward. Remember that about a year ago? They let him go, and then he took a few shots at Anthony Back.
Yeah.
So that'll heat up the rivalry, Doug, so you can get your tickets now. You buy your UFO tickets.
If there's any still available.
get your UFL tickets now, but we don't have a schedule for you yet.
Right.
I've got Ted McGinn coaching in Columbus. They've got a team. And now I've got A.J. McKernan coaching in Birmingham. Get your tickets. I can't tell you when the games are.
No.
But get your tickets.
I'm totally going to buy tickets for Hubs for Christmas. Thanks for the great gift idea. That's Sharon in Clayton, Doug.
Okay. Hubs will enjoy it.
God, I know local sports are slow, but enough about SLU basketball.
Hey, come on.
It's in the 636.
That's what's going on. It's basketball season. It's basketball and hockey season. So that's what we're talking about. But I'm just an old stump.
Flip it off, Papers.
Doug has released a 5-star play fresh off of a sweat-free winner last night with the under on the Blues and Jets. Go under on the Blues and Rangers, Doug. Let's compound these winnings and all of a sudden have cash beyond our wildest dreams.
Okay. Just seems like two teams that don't enjoy scoring goals. Both of them really struggling in that department. 5.5 goals. I don't think they'll get there.
Martin, under.
I'm going to go over.
Oh, really?
I just don't trust him. I'm sorry. We had a good defensive game, good goalie game. Now we'll probably revert back to the opposite. But I hope I want to be wrong, Doug.
The Rangers are like in the bottom 3 or 4 in the league in goal scoring, too.
Yeah.
What do you want him to talk about the Redbirds for 4 hours? Keep yapping, you burnt boomer. Oh, that's from Gooner Reloaded, who's not happy with I'm not sure whom, but
burnt the boomer.
Burnt boomer.
This is like sunburn?
Problem with this show is I end up reading, I'm reading about DMX. Doug, did you know that he claimed he was addicted to crack cocaine, but it started when he was 14 after Reddy Ron tricked him into smoking a marijuana cigarette laced with the drug.
Oh, okay.
Reddy Ron later...
Who the hell is that?
Later, Reddy Ron denied the claims.
DMX famously gave a kind of sermon at the little chapel in the Lambert Airport. Yeah. You know, like in the Southwest Terminal, when you turn left to the only other hallway in there.
That really long hallway?
There's a very small little chapel. DMX once gave a sermon in there.
Why?
I guess he was laid over. Something was going on.
Was there people listening to it, or was it just him yapping?
DMX. DMX is over there preaching.
But to be fair, Doug, Reddy Ron denied the allegations.
Okay.
All right, sorry. Back to the...
well, you shouldn't be doing marijuana at age 14 anyway.
Well, but he tricked him. It had coke in it.
Well, even if it was just marijuana, you shouldn't be doing that at 14.
All right.
How about Missouri State reaching a bowl game? It's from the 314. We have talked about it. We're all going over to Jackson's house. That's when Jackson bragged about the new TV stand that Ken Dog set up.
Well, me and Ken Dog, yeah.
65-35 Ken Dog.
Yeah.
What'd you pay for this TV stand, if I might ask?
It was a Hanukkah gift.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
I got to get you something.
Yeah, I don't need anything.
Get that. This guy
new headphones. I need earbuds.
Earbuds. Did I not offer Tim like a year ago to get him some headphones?
I need earbuds. I want earbuds. Not
that you can plug in, though? Not the air...
No, yeah, not Bluetooth.
Like a lot of topic suggestions coming in from the audience, which is not happy with any topic. Why not talk about the ass beating Mizzou's going to endure on Monday, December 22nd at 7 p.m. Central Time? That's from Illini Lance.
We'll see. We will see.
You want to tell them to keep that same energy?
Yeah, I would love to. Keep that same energy. I would also think that Illinois will perform well against Missouri, but you never know. A lot of people kind of having a funeral for the Missouri basketball season seems a little premature to me. But what are you going to do?
Paper sees something.
Well, I just don't think that they're as bad as people think they are, but I understand their concern. That's where I'm at.
Missouri State. A high school team. That's from the Veiled Prophet, and he's not happy with the idea of us going over to Jackson's place to look at the new TV stand and watch Missouri State take on Arkansas State tonight.
You think there's any possible way in the near future that Missouri State could rise up and be considerably better than they are?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Why not? What's stopping them?
It's just they've never been
much Grand Canyon in college basketball.
Yeah, you funnel in some money, you get the right money, and you get a couple of right players, maybe the right coach. Anything can happen. I don't think in the early 80s, the people in Spokane, Washington thought Gonzaga would be a superpower.
Maybe
and they get a guy named John Stockton, and then Mark Few a few years later. Look at him now.
Maybe Johnny Morris can pour a couple $1 billion into the NIL thing.
Yeah. You can't rule anything out.
You can give out Bass Pro franchises to the key players.
There we go. That's probably
that would send you to Missouri State
for life.
Missouri will not make the NCAA tournament, and I will put any amount of money on it. That's from Steven Time, who has bet with Chairman Kurt and paid his bet. So we know he's a gentleman of honor. Jackson, do you want to wager with Steven Time?
No, thanks. I'm emotionally invested enough.
Does Missouri State play 8-man football? That's the horse and bridge welcome. Missouri State, if you want to enter into the Reindeer Games, this is what's going to happen.
Good baseball program. They turned out a lot of good baseball players. There you go. And they were pretty good basketball when Charlie Spoonhour was there.
Blake Ahern.
Mm-hmm.
Missouri State. We might as well go back to talking zip codes in high schools. That's from Well Endowed. He doesn't like the topic,
No,
Doug.
he doesn't.
Doug, I'm starting to wonder if there is a topic that would be acceptable.
There is none.
Okay, that is Martin's conclusion. It is official. Guys, the meltdown from Mizzou fans when both SLU and Linden would go to the NCAA tournament will be funny. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
Linden went last year, didn't they? Did they go last year? They won their conference.
SIUE.
Oh, that's who it was. Yeah, you're right.
Brian Baroni.
Friend of the show.
Yeah.
How rich. Missouri State being called a high school by a guy who couldn't pass fourth grade map tests. That's from the 573. And we've got a Missouri State thing on here now. City signed a new head coach. Come on, Doug. That's from Gooner Reloaded. And you talked about how you don't like that he's not from the area.
Why is it impossible to get Americans to coach American teams? Or American players, even. Most of the players are,
like one of
a lot of them anyway, aren't American. Just, it bugs me that we're not better in this sport when everybody starts out playing it. Everybody, every little kid, first team he's on is a soccer team. And yet we're still way behind most of the world. I don't get it. Just by sheer numbers, you'd think we'd have better players in most of the countries.
Well, by that logic, then India would have the best, team.
But they should have a good team. I mean, we lost was it a World Cup team or Olympic team that lost to Trinidad and Tobago a couple years ago? How in the world does that happen?
Our best athletes play other sports. In England and Germany and France, their best athletes play soccer.
I understand that, but we have 10 times the population that those places have.
I would, again, bring that the largest populated countries often aren't the best at soccer.
But India, the excuse is a lot of them don't have the money that we have. But we've got nothing to hold.
They don't have a lot of money in Brazil either, and Brazil's amazing.
Doug, what % of MLS players do you think are American?
Have you got the stat right there?
I do.
40?
48.5.
Is it? Okay.
And not enough for you?
Not really. I'm just amazed. How many world-class players on the world stage are American?
I think 6.
Pulisic. That's about it.
One?
Weston McKennie is really good.
Okay. And that doesn't seem low for a country that, we play soccer here as much as we play any sport.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Yes, they do kick with. Maybe they don't. Maybe that's why we're not better.
Yeah, we're a one-foot nation.
I want City to sign somebody, and I'm going to go down to the presser and ask, "Is this guy kick with both feet?"
Oh, that would be a wonderful moment. The program is called The Morning After. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. And 314-974-0101 is how you can call in to the program. And you can podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. James Carlton, longtime TMA sponsor, longtime agent for me. He is at 314-961-4800 or by going online at carltoninsurance.net. He's been my insurance agent since 2019, Jamie Rivers' insurance agent since October, and BK's insurance agent since November. Plenty of people making the switch because James has been talking about how auto insurance is lower than he has ever seen in his 18-year career. You could truly save thousands of dollars by making a phone call. That is a real thing. Jamie Rivers couldn't believe how much money he saved when he switched to James Carlton. Make the phone call. It's worth it. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Doesn't matter the situation or your circumstance. They're going to get you that car, get your credit back on track. Do that with little to no money down. Also, the best rates possible. That's what they do at Auto Loan Pro, because they know anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. AutoLoanPro.com. Website has the vehicles right there. Robert Thomas on the site. Also, the playbook that you can download. They put that together to help educate you. Also to help you get the car of your choice in the future. They're part of the Lita family. And a reminder, best rates possible, little to no money down, and it doesn't matter what the situation is. Great vehicles right there online, AutoLoanPro.com. Start that search today. And that reminder, over 50 different lenders means you are going to get the best financing you possibly can, while also learning more about the credit industry. Get that free playbook, get the car, all of it one spot, AutoLoanPro.com. If you like closing credits on a Netflix special, series is over. Maybe the forest is in the distance.
The forest.
Credits roll by.
Doug, how old do you think Sia is?
Sia?
I'm going to go 48.
Oh, I'm glad you went first, so I have at least a decade to work with.
I was about to say 26.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll say 46.
Oh, interesting.
Why would that be interesting?
Because you didn't say 49.
Which would have been the right play, because today is his 50th birthday.
Oh, but I won.
You did.
Huge. It is TMA 101 ESPN. We got some breaking news, boys. Saucy, texter Saucy, that was his name. Was it Big Saucy?
Big Saucy.
Texted in that he could not be more confident, and then he also gave us his source, which isn't our place to release, that Brendan Donovan will be traded to the Mariners, and it is all but a done deal. So we'll see if Big Saucy is our Negus Webster Chan. But you'll find Negus Webster Chan on PowerMizzou.com, and that's where Gabe DeArmond has just reported Beau Pribula is done with Missouri. He is entering the transfer portal. Pribula, who started 10 games at quarterback for Missouri this past season, plans to transfer when the portal window opens in January. A source told Power Mizzou. The 6'2", 212-pound redshirt junior threw for 1,941 yards, 11 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions while completing 67.4% of his passes this season. He also ran for 297 yards and 6 touchdowns. He will have 1 year of eligibility remaining. So Pribula is leaving Columbia.
How many receivers have left? Will we have a passing game? I know that's a joke about the whole team, but in the bowl game that's coming up,
which is the most important game of the year.
Will we have any receivers left? I guess Matty Z will be throwing the rock.
I would agree with you on that. What is the number on that bowl game? Does anybody know? I haven't.
Let me take a look.
All right, that is crowdsourced. I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
It's all right. It's okay. We all do it.
How will history remember the Beau Pribula era? Who was the other guy? Kelly Bryant. Remember when they got him?
Yes,
that was such a huge
Wyoming debacle. Remember that? Oh, Jackson's in a bad place now. For the trip to Laramie.
Tigers minus 6 in the hay.
Yeah, that started at 7.5. Now that triggers my memory. It started at 7.5.
You suppose Pribula had to sit down with Drinkwitz, and Drinkwitz said, well, we're probably going to go with Solers next year. Otherwise, you'd probably want to come back and be the quarterback. Right?
I don't know. Gabe wrote yesterday that he knows this won't be popular, but if he's Missouri, he doesn't even bother with going into the portal for a starter. He goes with Solers. And he goes, I know it won't be popular, but if you're really handing the keys to the program to Matt Zollers, then hand the keys to the program to Matt Zollers. And obviously, as we saw, even though he had an incredible, relative to the first half passing game performance in Nashville against Vanderbilt, that was not able to be duplicated against Texas A&M. A team that only, by the way, in A&M, which is why I'm high on Miami, Jackson and I, $20 wager, $25?
25.
Faced 3 top 30 offenses. Doug, who are the 3 top 30 offenses that Texas A&M faced this year? That's all they faced. They played 13 games and only faced 3 top 30 offenses.
Let's see. Probably the 3 best teams they played.
Nice. Actually, it doesn't work out that way.
Oh, well, yeah, I was just kidding.
Notre Dame.
Nice.
Okay.
40 points.
Miami.
They didn't play Miami.
Texas.
So you're talking that they're going.
Yeah, my bad.
Texas is not a top 40 offense. Arkansas,
Yeah,
who also scored 41 points, I think. And Missouri, actually. So with that established, it didn't work out when Zollers was in there against A&M. But if you're really going to hand the program over, hand the program over. That's Gabe's opinion.
But if you don't play him, he's probably going to leave. I mean, if you
exactly,
so
I'm on
you
board with going.
Probably got to find out what you have.
Yeah.
Unless you've targeted somebody in the portal that you know is coming in, that's going to be really good. If you're just starting over now, Pribula's gone. All right, what are we going to do? If you don't have an obvious choice, then maybe you go to a kid. And then wouldn't it be something if a quarterback actually or a star player actually hung around for a few years?
I think that's the right move.
I mean, he's only a freshman.
Yeah, and you give him a whole offseason where he knows he's going to likely be the starter. And you clearly believed in him. That's why you put him in the position he was in and recruited him as heavily as he did. Give him the chance.
Maybe Beau's going to Michigan with Drinkwitz.
Maybe, well, yeah. What if these guys are all leaving on the portal, Tim, because they know they're leaving with Coach down the road?
Oh, going to Ann Arbor.
Would they protest in Ann Arbor?
This Pribula transfer makes Sam Horn the starter. Pribula was nothing more than a backup. That's from the Warson with
Here we go. We're back to
it. Tim, you're going to want to be live on Bama as well. That's from Steven Time. Steven Time, that has already been taken care of. I am on Roll Tide tomorrow in Norman. I'm on the Hurricanes. And then I've got 2 prop plays for you, Doug, if you're interested. Kewan Lacey over 100, and I think it's 31.5 for Hottie Toddy on Saturday afternoon. And the running back for James Madison. And what is his name again?
Oh, yeah, that kid that can really fly. Boy, if he gets in the open, he's going to be tough to catch. And he'll hit the open hole. He's a patient runner when he needs to be. And I just like to have the ball in his hands.
Oh, that's right. It's Newman.
We all know what his name is. That's why I'm not even saying it.
It's Wayne Knight.
It's Wayne Knight.
Wayne Knight Newman, because they score a touchdown.
Under 71.5 on Wayne Knight's rushing yards. Is the game might get away quickly in Eugene, and they might switch to the passing game. I'm not sure there's going to be a whole lot of opportunity for Wayne Knight to have that open field that you love watching him run in. When he gets a chance to.
I wonder if there'll be a time when prop bets are made illegal just because they can be toyed with, as we've seen already.
I'll bet the wacko another $100. He never paid me the first time that Horn will not be the starter next season. That's from Harrison's brother Master, who wants to engage in wagering with the Horse and Woods wacko.
I think Horn is coming back even? No,
he's probably going to be in the Los Angeles Dodgers farm system.
If you play one play and they break your leg, wouldn't you say, I'm done with football?
I think the Dodgers are saying you're done with football.
Probably.
Oh, Dougie V's BBL. Doug the Stump over here trying to stir the pot with this Pribula and drink talk to Michigan. Is that what you're doing?
Stump.
Doug the Stump.
No, just a little
Stump
joke.
Mitchell Martin, 1985.
Number 30 out of the Citadel. A nice little career.
Yeah, he's a good running back.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms.
The Tigers need to go to the transfer portal to get a better secondary. That's from One Beach Ball 29.
Well, I don't know.
The 10 to the offensive line is certainly where they need to go.
Yeah, and they're going to have to probably get another
They could use somebody who could catch a ball other than Donovan Alugbade because the wide receivers are bolting like the wind or out of eligibility. Speedy Keese, Doug, he announced he's going to the transfer portal. Josh Manning, he announced he's going to the transfer portal. Kevin Coleman's eligibility is up. So
James Madison left.
You got a situation over there at WR.
I think this is going to happen every year. Every year, players are going to bolt and go somewhere else. But Mizzou's done a pretty good job of getting other people in the portal.
That's the thing. Like, you can even look to when Williams Nwaneri is like, I'm going to Nebraska. You're like, oh, my God, devastated. And then out of nowhere, Damon Wilson comes from Georgia. Now he's going to go play on Sundays and be an elite player. Like, you just never – it's got to work both ways. Guys got to leave if you want to bring guys in.
Guys, probably going to go to Texas Tech, but the name the Tigers should take a run at is Brendan Sorsby. He was the Cincinnati quarterback, this year.
Okay. All right. Well, they're going to need somebody to back up Zollers at least.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at like money, because obviously quarterbacks are going to need a lot of money if you're going to want to transfer.
I like how Jackson says money.
I was just going to say, what is that?
It's not money. Money.
We know what it means. Just say money.
Okay. You're going to need some money. It's probably more money than you're going to be willing. Like, if you want to attend to the offensive line, I think there's other places you can put money as opposed to the quarterback if you have any faith in.
You're on the Matty Z train.
Well, I'd rather them spend money on the offensive line. We've seen how much offensive line pays dividends when you look at the running game in the entire Drink era. That'd be like, you can say a lot of things about Drinkwitz, but running game, his entire stretch has been
Beatty,
outstanding. Larry Roundtree, Cody Schrader, all these guys have had a lot of success under him at running back.
I like the Zollers idea, for the record, just because of the need in particular at an offensive line. So that's where I would like to see.
You recruited him, you brought him here in the first place. You might as well find out.
He got a little taste this year, got to go up against a team that made it to the playoff. He wasn't the reason they beat Mississippi State, but he had a couple decent throws in there. Whatever. He got his chance. It's very rare for a true freshman. And he got Vanderbilt experience, too. So I like that idea as well because of allocating dollars elsewhere. Let's see. Doug, what hole is the open hole? Thanks. That's from Trade Herrera.
What hole is the open hole? I guess the one that's yearning.
clip that off for the drops of the week. Martin will hear that tomorrow at about 8:45.
I feel like it's been a big week for Doug on the drops.
Yeah, nicely done. Mizzou needs to do whatever they can to get Chambliss or Simmons from Ole Miss, whoever isn't following Lane to LSU. I mean, that'd be insane. I don't know how likely
I don't think so.
that would be, but that would be wonderful.
That is a good roster to poach.
Sorsby to Texas Tech's a done deal. His girlfriend's already transferred to Texas Tech. That's from Steven time. Yeah, that is the expectation. Baron Morton will be done, and Brandon Sorsby will go to Texas Tech, which is going to become the New York Yankees of college football.
And now we have to keep track of the players' girlfriends, where they're going?
That's correct, and the planes and where they're flying out of the small airports in these towns. Tim Jackson, great QFTA yesterday. I thoroughly enjoyed the look into some TMA archives from the past, and I thoroughly enjoyed Recap's email as well as the response. Keep up the good works. That's from Scott Sprinkled Ballsack, but not his wife.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a good podcast.
Took time away. How many best ofs did you get done yesterday?
2.
Out of 81?
Well, no, 2
days.
Each one is 12 segments, so 24. Yeah,
24 of the 81.
God, that's got to
complete.
take a long time, doesn't it?
Yeah. Again, not difficult work, just tedious. But I would rather sleep in, honestly.
Chairman's excited because he's driving. He's going to one of the college football playoff games this weekend, and no matter where you go, there's a bit of a drive. And he said, it's okay. I could probably knock out at least half of a QFTA. So there you go.
How about that?
For your listening pleasure.
2.5 hours QFTA. It's on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. What was the title again? Children's Privilege?
That's right.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45 with the Stiefel Dossier. This is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the New York Rangers. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And you can always go back and podcast. Now you can watch it on YouTube. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Doug, we are at, let's see where we are here on the subscribers because we're trying to get to that $15,000 bonus. If we can get to 6,400 by 11 o'clock, we are just 20 short. 6,380. 6,380.
Still pretty good.
So subscribe to the YouTube page. It's TMASTL. Eggplant emojis, and they're talking about A.J. McKernan. I had to step away. Has it been discussed that A.J. McKernan could be returning to the Battlehawks as the head coach of the Birmingham Stallions? Yes, we did cover that. We've been all over it, actually.
Yeah.
And I thought he was running for lieutenant governor of Alabama, but I guess he's...
Really?
I saw a story this week. He stepped aside from that.
The siren song of the UFL is too much to resist.
God, football coach pays a whole lot more than politician. Well, depends on where the politician is, I guess. But if you can get in the coaching ranks in football, man, that's going to be a gold mine.
We did discuss that. We had Josh Schertz on in the Marcana Evergreen Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Miss anything, you can also podcast it via the TMASTL app or the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Anywhere you may podcast. Doug, tell me about Jason Gosrow and what he's doing with Schaefer Door, because I will spell it SCHAEFER Door.
Well, you'd be right. You'd be absolutely right. You're right again, Tim. Boy, you're the best speller. And you've also come up with the best garage door repair people in town. That's Schaefer Door. They can handle any kind of garage door issue you might have. They service all kinds of doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. If you run a business or a warehouse and have those big, giant, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. And they have a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break down over the weekend for whatever reason. That's usually when they go. People get out in their car on Monday, can't get in, can't get out. They call Schaefer. Jason himself or one of his technicians will get out there toot sweet and get you taken care of, as they have done for me on a couple of occasions. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're not on commission, the service techs. They just want to get you going again and have your garage door functioning as well as it can. Big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with a real person when you give them a call and say, hey, I got a garage door issue. Get out here. And that's exactly what they're doing. Here's their phone number, 636-782-3608. You didn't write it down. 636-782-3608. If you can't remember that, you can remember the website, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door sponsored the podcast. Nordique, a hockey element, has just written in. If I am your 6,400th TMASTL YouTube channel subscriber, can I fight the incel Harrison's brother master at a random East Side strip club? Doug, that's from Nordique, a hockey. So he's negotiating to see if he subscribes and becomes the 6,400th subscriber to the TMASTL YouTube channel, if he can fight Harrison's brother master. I don't know if that's something that you can
we
arrange.
had some successful
Yes, we did. Wonderful
boxing matches. I don't know that this station would be interested in setting something up at an East Side strip club. Probably not. But we've had them in other places that went well.
We've got more news and notes on the Twitter tweets. Jackson, earlier in the program, we were making the observation that the Blues are 4-0 this year in their old home uniforms. Guess what they're wearing tonight against the New York Rangers? Doug, you call them the blue shirts.
Yeah, I saw somebody said they're wearing their new white jerseys.
How about that?
Whites at
You're
home?
going to get to see the blue shirts wearing blue shirts, as in the New York Rangers, and the St. Louis Blues. 22 minutes ago on the Twitter tweets, posting one night only. We are bringing the best road sweaters in the league to Enterprise Center. The Blues are wearing the white sweaters at home. And the blue shirts of the New York Rangers will be sporting those hallowed blue shirts.
That's the way I'd like to see it on all home games. I know it's not going to happen, but it makes sense to me to do it that way. So you get to see all these jerseys of the other teams. But as somebody noted, most fans, when they buy a jersey of the team, they want to wear the dark color. And so then when they go to the games, everyone's wearing the dark color jerseys. So why shouldn't the team be wearing the same color jersey as what most of the fans are wearing? That's the idea behind it. But I like this tonight.
Also on the Twitter tweets, Eli Drinkwitz, who, when Blake Baker left, even after his Wolf of Wall Street gif, posted a congratulatory Twitter tweet to the gentleman who became the LSU defensive coordinator and is staying with Lane Kiffin as one of the only staff members held over from the Brian Kelly staff. And when Kirby Moore left to become the head coach at Washington State, posted a congratulatory Twitter tweet. As we discussed at the top of this 10 o'clock hour today, Beau Pribula is heading to the transfer portal. Here is what Eli Drinkwitz has posted 10 minutes ago. We are excited for Matt to be our quarterback of the Gator Bowl. He is ready, LFG, hashtag new way, hashtag the Mizzou way, hashtag MIZ.
Okay, excited.
Nothing for Beau Pribula. Matt Zollers is lifted up as the starter for the Tigers in the Gator Bowl.
It's certainly going to be a year-to-year thing now in college sports. You get a guy maybe 1 year and he keeps moving on. I didn't get to play as much as I want. Someone's challenging my job. I didn't like the coach. I didn't like a teammate, whatever. They're out.
Gabe Dearman posted a poll in Power Mizzou asking, who do you blame more for the team's issues, quarterback or offensive coordinator? And people are like, well, both. And he goes, well, I didn't want to offer the option of both. And from my standpoint, the answer is quarterback. Now, he looked great against Kansas. I'm still of the opinion that something happened there, and he could certainly run the ball. And by happen, I mean, I think he got hurt, because I don't know how he could throw the ball that well and all of a sudden not throw it well going forward. But either way, I like that for both Pribula and Missouri, that they're turning the page. And if he does great somewhere else, God bless America. That's the risk that you take. But I think Missouri's ceiling is higher by either getting somebody in the transfer portal or just handing it over to the true freshman, Matt Zollers, who will be in his sophomore year in 2026. 10:29 in St. Louis. The program's called TMA 101 ESPN. The love is gone, and we had magic.
You talking to me right now?
Is HR cool with it?
I don't think so.
What do we have here, Papers?
Is that Adele? That kind of sounds like Adele.
It's Christina Aguilera.
Okay.
But it was such an obscure song for Christina Aguilera that it threw me off.
I really like the song.
Oh, did you slow dance this?
You could. I haven't, but you could easily. You want to take a guess on her age?
Oh,
sure. No problem. I'd be happy to do it. Might be able to get it for you, actually.
Aguilera.
Rick Aguilera pitched for the Mets. Am I right? Twins, too?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Right-hander.
Let's see. So Britney Spears was 19 in 2000. Christina Aguilera. I'm going to go 45.
I think 46.
Yeah! What do we got?
Tim nailed it, 45.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
This is beautiful. Doug, call me back. It's from Steven time.
What? What did he say?
Call him back.
Doug requested this song to the DJ at the 2001 Vianney father-son dance. And then he came over for my hand.
Oh.
It's from Eric in the Central West End. Damn, what happened in Papers that he's playing the sad song Ari Gold got clipped with by Mrs. Ari?
Great call. Yeah, that is the
Doug,
song.
what does that mean? That
I don't know
it was
what it
Carly
is.
Spicy Wiener, so it's...
Entourage, when it got bad, Ari and his wife have a moment where they're kind of getting separated, and Christina Aguilera comes to play at her birthday party and does play that song. Great call by Louis Ween. That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he is going to have a big ceremony. By the way, Mizzou sent out season ticket holder renewal applications for tickets, and almost all prices are doubled.
Yeah.
$650, 8 games this year will be $1,250 for 7 games next year. Is that right? What is that, per ticket, I guess?
Yeah, my old man got a email. His went up by 1,000 for next year.
Oh. Is he going to pay it?
Yeah, he'd pay whatever they asked.
Don't say that too loud.
Bye-bye, Beau! That's from Jugs in D.C. They're celebrating
easy.
Beau Pribula.
Wish him the best.
Transferring.
Wish him the best.
He gave him some good games. Good runner.
He played great against
But
Kansas.
when you run a lot as a quarterback, it's pretty risky.
You're welcome to email in because we got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. Feeling sluggish? Well, that can be something that can be tended to with Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. I've been out there. I got tested. It was super easy. Very friendly staff. You're not there very long. You're in and out within 20 minutes. And then you've got your testosterone levels. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. Feel like yourself again. If you are tired of being tired, Mentality can help you out. Go online at mentalityhealth.com. Check out Mentality and get back to being your old self with the help of the people at Mentality, mentalityhealth.com. The program's called TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook Live in the Show Me State. They're kicking things off with an offer that's tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. Win or lose, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more. You can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett with a play for you to get paid. What do we got, Papers?
FanDuel's running the 50% profit boost on Alabama, Oklahoma tomorrow night.
Uh-oh, we got a play coming in from the college football playoff.
The over-under was at 39.5 just an hour ago and has moved up to 41.5.
Wow.
We're not scared of the trends. We still like the under. And with that 50% profit boost, that turns into a plus 137 play. I like that. I like taking over-unders at plus money.
2 full points in an hour?
I don't know what the deal is. It was at 39.5 just maybe an hour or two ago.
Wow. That is That's something.
Lines are moving.
Watch him. Some sharp must have come in with a big hit on that to move it 2 points in an hour. If anything, a game like that, you'd go, okay, weather, and it would move it down, but it went up.
Yep.
Jackie Papers, though, still going under, despite the money moving it up 2 points. Download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in a matter of moments on the program. Billiken head coach Josh Schertz with us in the 9 o'clock hour. Go back and podcast if you would like to. It was a great conversation with the SLU head coach, who has his team now at number 22 in the NCAA net rankings, and begin the conference schedule here 2 weeks from yesterday against St. Joe's. Blues tonight. Pre-game on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop, 7 p.m. And they will be bringing out the white road sweaters for one night only for the home game against the Rangers. And Beau Pribula, per Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou, breaking the story that he is entering the transfer portal and leaving Missouri after one season. There are your news and notes, which are all coming in fast and furious. And then also, Doug, Big Saucy texting into the program. He gave us his sources, but we won't be reading those on the program, but we read them and we saw where he's coming from. And he is expecting Brendan Donovan to be traded to Seattle. He says that's all but done. So, Doug, this is a program that's always been known for breaking news, sophisticated sports talk.
We're news hounds as much as anything.
The nonsense, we'll leave that for the juveniles out there.
It's beneath us, frankly. Because we're just old school journalists.
That's exactly
in our foundation.
Now we're going to read guys flirting with you in emails coming up in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. That's next, 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by Stifel, and for over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. They're on the same street today as they were way back then. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related, wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nichols and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex Blues. Rangers tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I got a question for you.
What's that?
Do you want it?
I guess.
Time for the Design Air Heating
All right.
and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
You're a teaser. You turn them on, leave them burning, and then you're gone. Looking out for one another. Anyone will do. You're in the mood for giving a lap dance. And when you get the chance, you are the TMA queen. Long and lean. Almost 70. You can dance. You can jive. Having the time of your life. You see that guy. Watch that scene. Taking the TMA queen. Anybody could be that guy. Thursday is young and the music's high with a bit of Mills Brothers music. Taking guys from behind. That's from Rhoda, and then the last name is Hoddy, spelled Hoddy. Is that German?
Rhoda Hote is how he says it. Rhoda Hote. Very dramatic reading on your part, too.
Good read, Tim.
Thank you, Chairman. Lauren, life is basically a series of choices. Last Eve, I chose to enjoy a bowl of Dan noodles. Doug, do you pronounce it Szechuan stir fry?
I never try.
I'm more of a General Tso's. You say General Tso's?
I don't order that
Waffle
either.
fries.
And waffle fries, that's right. And
Chicken
a few
and
local
broccoli.
IPAs at one of Cleveland's finest Asian establishments, patently ignoring the fact that I had a 6:30 a.m. flight back to Hooterville Regional. Mid-flight, the consequences of my actions became apparent, culminating in a sprint to the nearest dirt repository. A plunge to planing. The relief was swift as I gave that spicy meal back to the earth from whence it came.
Nice.
As I exited the stall, another entered, looking me in the eye and smiling, oblivious to the foul that was about to penetrate his soul.
This is Deke Dotem, isn't it? This is Deke Dotem. Yes, it is.
Isn't. A wave of shame overcame me as I washed my hands. Suddenly, the man sprung from the stall, hurriedly heading in my direction. In a panic, I began to form an apology in my mind, but before I could speak, he laid my cell phone on the counter. He did not look at me. He did not smile. This is my story. This is my life. That's from Bob, but also Seth. Give me that free HVAC. Bobby needs to keep his undercarriage warm and toasty.
What? It's just a miserable email.
It's in the filtered file.
Bob, also
it's
Seth.
in the filtered
Who
file.
thought that was okay? That's vile.
Chairman Curtis raised his hand. There seems to be a general disdain for getting blackout drunk at holiday parties for the office. Well, I say no. We need more of it. I encourage all office holiday parties to imbibe to your heart's content. Throw caution to the wind and chug another beer and then take one more shot. Do it for Kathy in accounting and Steve in sales. Do it for the vice president who flew in just to show you his face at this party and leave early. Do it for all those countless days you questioned getting out of bed just to make that sad long drive to your office. You're not picking up this tab, so go balls out and make 2025 a holiday that triggers HR meetings and training videos for years to come. Make unwanted advances to Deborah and payroll. Cuss out that asshat who broke the copier last week. Be a legend, be bold, and be grateful. I'll toast to that. Cheers. That's from Bro Fallon. And Doug, we got to go because BK and Ferrario have the Heim Bloom, Dustin May press conference coming up right at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
What you got?
I'll go with Rhoda Hati.
Give me Bob.
Give me Rhoda.
Rhoda has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Congratulations to Rhoda. And I pronounce it Hottie. I don't know. But I'm right. You've won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, remember the Kevin Douglas, Elvin Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.